I wanted to do hood rat stuff for my friend.
Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale of fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, the soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this land's for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence. Dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next. Open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. What is poppin', people? Welcome back to Shy Ill Reacts. I am your host, Shy Ill, and we are back in the building. Salutes to you. I appreciate y'all for being here with me on this lovely Wednesday afternoon. I meant to go earlier, but there was a lot going on, and I figured, why not wait? All right, let's let the other videos breathe, let the algorithm get a grip. But here we are, all right? Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all for being here. What is poppin', people? Uh-oh, turn that shit off. Get that out of here. Where's that at? Close him up. What is poppin', y'all? Salutes to y'all. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, I see how that works. Boom, salutes. What is poppin', y'all? Hope everybody's having a great day. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Hope everybody's in the middle of their week getting that money. Million. Salutes to y'all. I feel like it's been a long time since the last time we spoke. Last time we spoke was Saturday night. Had a live stream with Jay Flores that we turned into some uploads that been pushing. Salutes to him for giving us his time. Salutes to y'all for hanging out with me. Let's get through the chat real quick. We are 5 subscribers away from our 10K goal. 5 subscribers away from our 10K goal. This is the last live stream. This should be the last live stream beneath 10,000 subscribers. So salutes to all 10,000 of you that hit that button. Salutes to my usual suspects. Salutes to the wrenches, the donators, the members, all of the above, man. Salutes to y'all. I appreciate y'all. There's a couple of them that started with us that are not here right now. Hopefully some of them will make their way back. And, and looking forward to the next 90K worth of people that hit that sub button. A lot of people out there watch videos and don't subscribe, so salutes to everybody that subscribed. I appreciate y'all. Let's get through the chat quickly, though. We'll talk more about that in a minute. We got 5 more subs to go. All right, it ain't over till it's over. No participation trophies around here. Salutes. All right, we're gonna cover a couple things today. We're gonna cover Ovidio and his flight. All right, his disappearance. We're gonna talk about. We're gonna get a Diddy trial update. We're gonna get an update on Tory Lanez quickly. We're gonna talk about whatever. Maybe do some body cam. I ain't in a hurry. I'm gonna get 298. Soon as 298's in the building, we'll get 298 spins out the way. So we're doing all of that today. Salutes, all right? Salutes Austin Wright. Austin Wright said, just ended my live. If you want to go over mine, I went over Diddy, Tory Lanez, and Diddy G. Yeah, I saw some stuff about Diddy G too, but I don't think I'm going to cover that. But salutes to Austin Wright, who's been going live. Let me link y'all to his channel. I don't want to react to his reaction because I don't want to step on his reaction. But let me give y'all the link to his channel if y'all want to sub up with him. Let's see. Boom. Bow. All right, let's get that. I'm already subbed up. Boom. Copy. There you go. Thanks to the homie Austin Wright for extending the invitation to use his content. Again, the only reason I'm passing is because I too want to have a fresh reaction, and I don't want to I don't want to piggyback off his reaction. Salutes. Let's get it. So salutes to you, Austin Wright. I appreciate you. Shout out JP on the check-in. Salutes. Salute Shy Ill, my dude, Ill Cartel members in chat. Hope y'all have had a blessed and grateful Whopper Wednesday. Please like and subscribe to the great quality content on your way in. It's free. Don't cost you a thing. Hit that button. Shout out Young Jizzle. What Jonathan said. Salutes. Appreciate you, Young Jizzle. Congratulations on the long overdue 10K. El tuvo playing too much. Thankfully, it'll never keep a hard-working... congratulations on the big, long overdue 10K. El tuvo playing too much. Thankfully, it'll never keep a hard-working and dedicated, that's a motivated hustler down. 10K celebration coming soon. Next, 100K. Salutes, all right? Salutes. Next is 100K. We not slowing down at 50. We trying to get past 50 straight to 100. We'll acknowledge it every 10 stacks, but we on our way. We trying to get that 100. And then after that 100, we trying to get that mil. But we getting after that 100. Salutes to the 10K. All right. Shout out Shannon on the check-in. I appreciate you. What Jonathan says. Salutes. Shout out Big June. Shout out bro and everyone in the chat. Salutes. Let's tap that like button and get them numbers up. Gracias. Salutes. I appreciate you. Please get them numbers up. Shout out Primo on the check-in. Pop out of Stoner. What up, Shy? Big blessings to everyone in the chat. I'm at work, so I won't be in long. But much love, homie. Salutes, man. Get that million. Get that money, dog. Shout out my brother Oso in the building. Salutes, Fernando. It's happening. It's happening. Slowly but surely, it always happens. How far are we from 10K? We are 5 subs away from 10K. That I could tell. Let me see. We are 5 subs away from 10K. William Brewster, Chapo family in the USA, crazy. Shout out William Brewster. Never, I don't think I've ever talked to you before. You asking us, you telling us, you warning us. What are you doing? Chapo's family in the USA, crazy. I got a pretty crazy fucking family too. Shout out Deb Heiser. What's up, chat? Salutes to you, Deb. Appreciate you. Just got off work. Deb went and got that money. Million. Salutes, Deb. If I was the judge in the Diddy trial, I'd ask, sir, it's reported that, excuse me, you got to relax. All right, you trying to get me clapped. Jason, you usually go live around this time. Usually it's on Wednesdays around noon. And Friday evenings, 7, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. So it varies, bro. To be honest with you, we still, even at 10K, we still experimenting and trying different things to see what catches. You know what I mean? So stay tuned. Salutes to Jason. Salutes to Deb on the new gig. Shout out Velez on the check-in. New nickname is Hollywood Shy after we get to 100K. That's it. I don't know about Hollywood. We're going to find something better. Hollywood ain't what it used to be right now. I mean, Hollywood got a bad connotation on it. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. We here to hang out.
I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friends.
Do hood rat stuff with our friends, all right? Salutes. What else? So, boom, we're reaching our 10K. Again, salutes to Pete and Jay for their assistance, the wives as well. Make sure you share those videos. Make sure you watch them. Hit the like button. Get in the playlists section. Join our Discord if you have yet to do so. Again, keep an eye out for 298. When 298 comes in, I will give him his proper 3 spins. And that will be the last rule-breaking set of spins we give out around here, all right? Y'all gonna follow the rules. I'm going to state them whenever I open it up. And, you got to take the L if you took the L. If you didn't read it right, if you didn't listen, if you bounced, whatever. All right? I don't know, Shannon. I don't know. We're going to see, Shannon. We're going to see. I expected him to be done, right? I speculated like everybody else. I don't got no love lost for Diddy in a lot of ways. But I hadn't heard nothing, and now the things I'm hearing sound like Diddy's, he's guilty of being a dickhead, but I don't see anything else. But I haven't seen it all. Again, the trial isn't televised. We're gonna go with Lauren, I believe is LaRosa, from the Breakfast Club. We're gonna use her breakdown. We'll look at a couple of things. We'll look at what's that joint we like? Crime. What is it? Law and Crime. We'll do that. You know what I'm saying? And we'll go through a few things and check it out. We'll go through the Tory Lanez situation. For those that don't know, he got poked up in a joint 14 times. They try to take him all the way out. Right? Try to take him all the way out. And new word is that there is somebody else saying that he did not do what they accused him of doing, which I never believed him to do. And again, I'm not a Tory Lanez fan or nothing. I'm just a dude that calls it down the middle, and there was too many lies going on over there, and I don't believe Meg Thee Stallion. Period. You know what I mean? So we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna get into a video, and yeah, body cam, whatever works, whatever happens. It's looking like Friday night will be our 10K celebration. I'm gonna invite Boldo over to take the link. I'm gonna invite Jay to take the link. I'm gonna invite P to take the link. I'm gonna invite the homie Zaya to take the link. Maybe Oso take the link. I'm gonna throw the link out to y'all. You know what I'm saying? 298 said he'd jump on. You know, I'll throw the link out there. We'll have a panel discussion. I'm thinking not a 24-hour stream, but maybe I'll come in early and get off late and do a whole bunch of different shit. Again, that's gonna leave for more editing because there's a lot of stuff behind, a lot of channels that I got to you know, populate. But we working over here. All right. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Salutes. Shout out Darkly Noon on the check-in. Good timing. I just finished trimming my plants. Hello, everyone. Salutes, man. Smoke them if you got them. I always check out my man Shai. Salutes to you, Ramadan. Appreciate you. We still ain't hear nothing yet. It don't seem like a solid case in my opinion. It never did. And how is it a RICO? And how is it trafficking? I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to talk about it. We still ain't hear nothing. Yeah, 17 family members of theirs crossed the border. Oh, including Ovidio and his mother. Okay, there you go. All right, I was trying to understand what you was talking about, dog. All right, Chapo family in the U.S. is crazy. Okay, them being here, that happening, that's crazy, yes. I thought you were saying, yo, Chapo got family in the U.S. and they crazy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm a little fucking nuts too, bro. You know, this is my side. So shout out William Brewster. I appreciate you. 17 family members of theirs crossed the border, including Ovidio's mother. Bruh, Ovidio cut bait. All right? Hey, bring me all of mine and let's end this shit. Okay? He's done. He is no longer part of the ongoing negotiation between the Chapitos and the rest of them. Oh, yeah. Did he come back? He going to have mad shit to say. I thought I told you that. We don't stop. Salute to all the Bartel Nut Huggers. Seems like Chapo family can be in the same position as the Flores family. Man. Probably worse. Right? Invite me too, compa. Primo, you're going to have to behave yourself, bro. All right? But, yeah, you'll catch the invitation. I'll drop the link. So that'll be Friday. Maybe I start around a time like this, 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock. And, you know, instead of going from 8 p.m. to 4 a.m., let me, maybe I'll start earlier. I don't know, bro. We will see. All right? We're in that weird weather stage where it's like it's too hot to not have the fan on, but it ain't hot enough to have the fan on. It's weird right now. Chad Mark's blood on the razor wire had gone short. Live, he shares my opinion. Works with lawyers in New York. All right, we'll take a look. I don't know that Diddy's done. I think they're going to smash Diddy on a gun charge and call it a day. That's what I think. But we'll see. We'll get to it. All right. First things first. Again, 298, make yourself known when you show up in the building so I can do your spins. Let's get it. First and foremost, let me look for this. Let me look for a video situation. See, 1 minute we were like, oh man, and Joaquin and Ovidio gonna do their deal together. What's happening? What's the hold up? And then that same episode, I think it was Shannon said, man, that motherfucker made a deal. I said, what? Went back, saw he made a deal. Let me see. Shout out JoJo AZ, I appreciate you. He was formerly JoJo AK, no? Formerly. Hit the like button, y'all. Let's see what we got here. Let's see about the deal. We did hear about the deal first. Let's do that first. Let's see. Oh, shit. Scheinbaum not happy about that either, huh? Man, they don't care about no... oh, man, they just... If you snitch, then you could come here undocumented. Don't worry about it. His family's going into witness protection. Shout out Jizzle, 10K. Did we get there? Let me see. Did we get there? Did we get there? No, todavía no. We need 4 more. We're at 996. I think that deal is going to end up joint one way or the other. Well, all the chapitos, all I know is Ovidio's already done. He's on his way. But what I'm looking for is the original. I'm looking for a couple of days ago. Simon. You think they headed to WP? What you mean WP? Witness protection? Of course. I just don't know. I don't know what witness protection is really worth. All right, so let's start with this, with the plea deal from a week ago. They got the same mother, him and his what? Didn't I tell you about the article in LA Times? Yeah, I'm looking right at it, but I'm not let me see. You gotta link me to it. Otherwise, I get what I get. Rumors going around, they about finished, so makes sense. What's about finish? The Chapitos, they're losing. There was an update a couple hours ago. That's what I'm saying. I want the original part, so. But it's right here anyway. Give me a second. It's crazy, boy. That is crazy. The whole Chapo family is living in America. Oh, man. Where's the Latin Times right here? But let's get this. Salutes. Let's get this popping. Mexican cartel leader Ovidio Guzman set to reach plea deal on U.S. rug charges. Nobody's untouchable. I don't care how many culiacanazos you can do. What was the culiacanazo worth? What was all those lives worth? All those bullets worth? Nothing. Wasn't worth nothing. For what? These fools still in jail. And then what was all of that hunting them down and all that American money spent to get them? Nothing. Because they make a deal with them. Those dudes are in and out and their family's protected. Sound like a bunch of bullshit to me. Let's get it. That's exactly what we're doing. Mexico City, May 6, Reuters. Mexican cartel capo Ovidio Guzman is set to reach a plea deal over rug trafficking charges he faced in the Northern District of Illinois. U.S. court records showed on Tuesday. Ovidio, son of the convicted Mexican rug chief Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, was considered one of the leaders of the Sinaloa cartel until he was captured and extradited to the U.S. in 2023. According to U.S. authorities, Ovidio and his brothers, known collectively as Los Chapitos, ran an extensive rug trafficking operation and allegedly reaped hundreds of millions of dollars in profits by flooding the United States with FettyWap. Synthetic opioids, predominantly FettyWap, unalived around 50,000 people in the U.S. last year through overdoses. The court records did not give any details on the terms of the possible plea agreement. Ovidio originally pled not guilty to charges of FettyWap trafficking. He is now scheduled to attend an in-person change of plea hearing on July 9th, according to court records. Government shall provide the court with a courtesy copy of the plea agreement at least 3 days prior to the plea, the document showed. Responding to a request for comment, Ovidio's lawyers, Jeffrey Lichtman, which is the lawyer that Jay said is just the baddest, you know what I'm saying? Like, he cover everybody. People waive, they waive their conflict of interest over this guy. We have no completed agreement yet, but hope to in the future. Right? There it is. And now, he called and said, bring my mother, bring my father. Well, sorry, my father's already here. And bring my people over here. So let's get it. Family of El Chapo Guzman is using witness protection as strategy to keep control of Sinaloa cartel, Mexican expert says. Oh, we're going to see about that. All right, we're going to see about that. Let's see where the story goes. All right, that's not far. I find it very unlikely that all of Chapo's sons will turn themselves in to the authorities, said David Saucedo. Their survival as a family depends on continuing to have men, weapons, resources, and income streams. Oh, mama's way. The recent entry of 17 family members of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman into the United States, including his former wife, Griselda Lopez, is part of a coordinated strategy that reflects a calculated decision with the Sinaloa cartel, according to Mexican national security analyst David Saucedo. In an interview with Luis Chaparro, the journalist who first revealed the family's entry into the U.S., Saucedo argued that the move is not a surrender, but a division of roles designed to maintain operational control while gaining protection and legal advantages. Are you being used, Merca? Huh? Are they treading on you, Merca? Sounds like a big super bullshit, boy. Everybody's losing. That's crazy. They're using you, dog. Saucedo went on to claim that the Guzman family appears to have made what he called a corporate decision. One faction, including Ovidio Guzman Lopez, is cooperating with the U.S. Department of Justice and entering witness protection, while another, led by Ivan Archibaldo and Jesus Alfredo Guzman, remains in Mexico, continuing cartel operations. This family of Chapo Guzman took a decision. Part of the family goes into the DEA's witness protection program, and the other part continues the business. Witness protection. Snitchness protection, right? For all you pickers and choosers, all your favorite people are snitching. And then to all you people that come over here and be like, oh, el cartel de los sapos. All of them are el cartel de los sapos. All of them. All of them. Don't worry, we're gonna reveal we're gonna timeline the history of snitching in cartel life. Right? But yeah, it's looking to me like America. The family of Chapo Guzman took a decision. Part of the family goes into the DEA's witness protection program, and the other part continues the business. This reminds me of the meeting with the sons. The meeting that Mayo, Chapo, all the big boys had with their sons, and said, hey, man, when you want this, when this is over, you're going to have to, we need y'all to talk. So you're going to have to go talk, or you have my permission to talk, or you should talk. They encourage them to talk. And all y'all do is pick and choose who you want to call a snitch. Fuck out of my face. Ovidio Guzman, extradited to the U.S. in September 2023, is expected to plead guilty to drug trafficking and money laundering charges on a July 9th hearing. His cooperation reportedly included a condition: the safe relocation of his relatives. Mexico's Secretary of Security Omar Garcia Harfuch confirmed the move, calling it part of an agreement stemming from Ovidio's legal negotiations. What could he give them that get them to bring their whole family over here? And, because everybody's popped. It's over. The jig is up. It's a wrap, huh? That's why I'm putting it in a book, Velez. Salutes. Omar Harfouk confirmed the move, calling it part of an agreement stemming from Ovidio's legal negotiations. According to Salcedo, it's unlikely that Ovidio's brothers... what happened over here? It's unlikely that Ovidio's brothers still in hiding will follow suit. I don't know. I don't see that happen. But quite possible. I find it very unlikely that all of Chapo's sons will turn themselves into the authorities. Their survival as a family, even their physical safety, depends on continuing to have men, weapons, resources, and income streams. The analyst compared the Guzman family's approach to that of the Zambada family, which successfully split cooperation and operations. That's exactly what they did. He warned, however, that while the U.S. benefits strategically from such cooperation, the consequences for Mexico include more Cartel infighting, corruption, and violence. The Sinaloa-Cartel civil war needs funding, and that means more rugs, more arms, and more bribes, Salcedo continued. Listen, man, that's all this is, business. This is business. This is not war. This is not Cartel war. This is business. You know what I'm saying? They had the meeting, you know. This is, I told you, just the same when I be talking with JP sometimes. JP be like, oh, the brother ratted out the girls and this and that. I said, for all we know, and I don't know, because I don't ask the twins' personal shit, you know, when we talk about other shit. We basically pretty much keep it what we do here. And you know, JP be like, yo, the brother did this there, and I said, well, how do we not know it was a family decision? Just like it was a family decision for Vicentillo to talk, and it was a family decision for Miles' other kids to talk, and it's a family decision to get all of this taken care of over here with Ovidio and Joaquin. So it's like, come on, man. This is all business. And they're sticking it to the U.S., and we're harboring, what somebody said, we're harboring terrorists over here. Let's get it. Let me get back in the chat quickly. Shout out Ed the Hip Hop Guru on the check-in. Salutes.
You don't want no problems.
They all end up in witness protection for at least a few years, but knowing how much the narco juniors love attention, who knows how long they'll actually stay low-key. Them boys is raised to be spoiled. Them boys is raised to fly off the handle. They're raised to be able to do what they want. How long before they don't blow a gas station attendant's top off? Because they mad. Because they think this Mexico, huh? How long before a shorty in the hood don't smoke one of them for, you know, road rage? So who knows? We'll see. Yeah, I think most likely due to lack of support. Many say that they were too harsh on the gente. They're a bunch of spoiled, you know, sons of kingpins. So now that was Velez. Now we harboring terrorists. Make it make sense. It's the same as they care so much to hunt down the unaliver. The unaliver gives them some information. Unaliver gets 7 years. He's out of jail. What was the whole point of that? You know what I'm saying? What was the whole point? It sounds disingenuous. It sounds disingenuous for a person like Trompito, for instance, to say, oh, let's give the unaliving penalty to all rug dealers, but then, you know, he's going to pardon one or two. The other administration has pardoned one or two. Everybody's pardoned somebody that done some dope shit. So what are we talking about here? I just saw the mention of WISEC in this latest update. It has to be WISEC because the U.S. ain't going to let them in here otherwise. They weren't just going to give them no green card, no, none of that shit. It's crazy, bro. We live in strange times, all right? Oh, shit. Shout out our local Mexican Confederate, Miguel Lopez. Salute, everyone. Hell Trump, salutes. But we live in a strange time, bro. We live in a strange time. Stranger than fiction. We are a joke, a circle jerk. A circle jerk. Shout out Velez, Los Sapitos. Todos. Todos son los Sapitos. Do you remember that Mexican mafia member who fell in bad standings, was unalived in a homeless camp after 16 years, Fernando? I don't remember that. Story probably got past me. Yeah, sometimes vengeance takes a long time. Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it don't show up. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. You think they're going to make something like Oakland Leaks, but for the pizzas? Wow, shout out Nicholas Miller.
Nicholas Miller just subscribed on YouTube.
For helping push us closer to our 10K. Where we at? Where we at? Oh, this is what I wanted an image of right here. I wanted to catch that 9,999. And that's where we at, y'all. Drop that 9,999 image in the Discord. Alright. Wow, there it is. One more. Was Nicholas it? Let's see. Shout out Nicholas Miller. You got us closer. We need one more. Milestone reach. Point is, the mob, the cartel doesn't forget. They used to not forget, though. Shannon? That's what I mean. We live in a strange time, a new day. Things ain't the same for gangsters. It's just different. It used to be like that. Mob, cartel, don't forget. The cartel can barely hold its own ass up right now. The cartel is trying to keep business as usual while in all kind of wars. While the government is hunting their ass down, while they're making deals, while the family's splitting apart at barbecues to have conversations about who's going to talk next. So it's a different time, Shannon. I used to feel that way too. And don't get it twisted. There's a percentage that get their guy. But, you know, that Mexican mafia guy, who knows what those circumstances was. And that's different. Like, that shit's, you know, I don't know. Again, it's a different time. Shout out Velez. They definitely piping the U.S. government. They giving them the people. Right? Salutes. Lickman is a beast, but all he's doing now is negotiating pleas. There's not much else you could do. He's not going to get nobody... Your Honor, this is a miscarriage of justice. How? Lickman don't even got to be an attorney or a lawyer no more. He's just, he's just making deals. He's a businessman at this point. There's not much else you can do. Everyone big who goes to trial ends up with life. Has he ever gotten a major cartel figure off? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, no, that's all he's doing is making deals. I'm not saying he getting nobody off. Who he going to get off? How you going to get him off? You got to be quicker than that. That's going to take up your whole 24-hour life if you do a timeline of snitching in the cartels. Not sure why they're Los Sapitos. The Maitos snitch before everyone. My sons and brothers. It just be like that. I think the only one who held it down was Menchito, who took life to free his mom. I could care less about any of them. I bet. I know. I mean, damn, Ivan Castro wants the diddler out. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna talk about that, man. I think he's guilty of being a dickhead. That's all I can see so far. I haven't gone through everything. I'm gonna go through it with y'all. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Every single cartel snitches one way or another have the government fighting their wars. Facts. I bet the government is gonna get them here and then force them to give up everybody that's left or get sent back. Nah. They just leave them there. Tell us or we leave your ass there. They probably don't want that information. Probably wasn't in the deal. We'll see. We're gonna find out. Shout out Jojo AZ, 10K. Salus, canal. Salutes to you, bro. Appreciate you. If that's the JoJo I think it is, y'all, I might have told y'all the story. Crazy, ironic story about JoJo and Lowdown G. Salutes. Hit the like button. I appreciate you, Shannon, and I agree with you.
Strange times. Yeah, things are different, man. You know? That when we were growing up, it was bad news. You wasn't around if you was on papers and people knew about it. And then, you know, we lived the life where we saw Alpo putting pressure on motherfuckers. You know, nobody went and took him for any of the things he did. Some other shit. So how much of shows how much of a nutbag Machito is. His mom's selfish as fuck. She's the boss, right? If Tekashi would have been in the Cartel, he would have been done getting them all convicted. They should have. They was looking in the wrong spot. They should have gone with the rainbow hair. That's another guy. That guy running around, all kind of security and shit. But yeah, times have changed, man. Shit's different. I don't expect, you know, again, these guys are fighting for their own situation right now. They're fighting for they trying to figure out who they can snitch on. So the next generation is going to forget about all of that, move on with the Cartel business, get back to work to getting that money. Right? That's all that's happening there. All right? Let's see here. Boom. All right. Let's get another article on the family coming down. I want to hear about that deal. I want to hear about that shit. It's crazy talk. '69 strange times. Crazy. It's all bullshit. Hit the like button. Let's get it. Family members of Rug Lord El Chapo enter U.S., Mexican officials say. Several family members of the infamous Rug Lord... Hold on a second. Several family members of the infamous Rug Lord El Chapo have entered the United States as part of negotiations over one of his son's trafficking charges. Mexico's Security Secretary said, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, son of former Sinaloa Cartel leader Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, was considered one of the leaders of the Cartel and was extradited to the United States in 2023 to face federal charges that he and his brothers, known as Los Chaperos, made hundreds of millions. I see. Millions! Of dollars by flooding the country with Fetty Wap. It's evident that his family is going to the United States because of the negotiation or opportunity the Justice Department has given him. Omar Harfouk, Mexico's Secretary of Security and Civilian Safety, told Mexican radio network Radio Formula when asked about reports that 17 family members had left Mexico. He said the family members who entered the United States were not wanted by Mexican authorities. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum Pardo told reporters she was caught off guard by the news. Sure she was. Sure she was. 298 on the check-in. 298, stick around. We're going to spin your 3 spins. Sure, she was caught off guard by the news and has asked the prosecutor's office to ask the U.S. Department of Justice for more information. Ella se está haciendo. I think she's faking. I'm with Zoraida on this one. I think she know everything. I think nothing goes down that she don't know about. Court records show Guzman Lopez, also known as El Raton, is set to appear in federal court in July to enter a change of plea. He previously pleaded not guilty. Records do not include details about a possible plea agreement. We already know that. Let me see. State's Attorney of Illinois didn't comment. Lickman didn't respond either. That's pretty much it, man. 17 family members are here. That's it. That's the story. The story is, be the worst. Worst of the worst. The real worst of the worst. You won't end up in a seaside prison. You won't end up deported. Shit. We'll bring your family in. We'll bring them in and give them a new life. Huh? Stop. But if you're a lady that's been in this country 10, 15 years, raising a family, going to work every day, paying taxes, huh? You get sent to a seaside prison or you get deported. But not if you're the worst of the worst. If you're the worst of the worst, you get to cut a deal. She was caught off guard. Not. Considering the Mayo snatching had to be planned in advance, you don't think the Chapitos made sure to have cash and cell phones buried in every state since they don't know where they might end up? They got something planned. They got their own satellite tracking shit. Who knows? It's not looking good. 298, we spinning the wheel for you, dog. 3 spins right now. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. Salutes. Bow, 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 bow. We're going to move on in a sec after we hit this wheel. But that's the story, man. The story is, say hello to the bad guys, family, because they're going to be living next door to you now. Why? Because who cares? The destruction, the terror that these men have created. Who cares? Huh? Who cares? Couple 2-3 court cases that you talk in and everybody's happy. All right? Salutes. All right. I owe 3 spins to the homie 298. He is in the building. We're going to get at them spins right now. Then we're going to move on to our next topic of discussion, which is Diddy. All right? Boom. There is the wheel. 298. How many shuffles? Give me a number. I appreciate y'all. In the meantime, while we wait for 298, let's go see the sub update. Because, somebody going to get us to 10K, then somebody going to take it. Oh, shit. We did it. Congratulations to y'all.
Are y'all ready to party? Let's go. Get your hands up. 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 Get your hands up.
Salutes to y'all. Salutes to y'all. Salutes to y'all. Salutes to me. We made it to 10K. I appreciate y'all. Hundreds up. Hundreds up. Hundreds up. Hundreds up. I'm going to throw my dog face shies up here. Bow, 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 bow. The Reaper. Let's get it. Right? Congratulations to the Il Cartel on 10 stacks. 10 stizzacks. Right? 10 stizzacks. What happened here? Well, my button don't work no more. There it is. What happened? Can I get this back? Boom. Bow. Oh, Primo, you out of fucking pocket. You're all the way out of pocket. We did that shit, y'all. Hard work. To some, they look at it and say, 10K. My nieces? Pfft. 10K, Theo, you ain't on shit. You know what I mean? But to me, that's a real accomplishment, right? I still own my soul. You still can't tell me shit. And I just plan on continuing to improve things and keep shit moving and get to that 100K. You know what I mean? It is what it is. All right? I appreciate y'all, though, for helping me get there. Salutes. Back to the wheel. He said 2 shuffles, all right? We will get 2 shuffles. Bow, here we go. 1, 2. And we are spinning.
Are y'all ready to party? Let's go. Get your hands up. Get your hands up. Get your hands up.
W right now. Skip a turn for me. Eddie Gonzalez, no mames. Today's not your day, papas.
No, mommy's
Today we'll get rid of you for good. Who doesn't own their soul, Shy? Well, the soul, the way you spelled it, we all own our souls. We buy shoes. They come with souls. We own the shoe. Technically, they are. We're talking about soul. S-O-U-L. You fucking dork. Don't come fucking with me, bro. All right? Consistency and originality. Salute Primo. 298 said, what the fuck? Primo, you, who had to sell their soul for 10K subscribers? Did I sell shoes for 10K subscribers? You fucking dork. 298. We spinning straight from there or we shuffling? If we shuffling, give me a number. Okay, soul. Okay, you gonna end up in a bathroom. You bore me. Again, you're right. I'm still gonna have my soul at 100,000 subs. I'm still gonna have my soul at 1 million subs. Is my point. You fucking dork. You know what I mean? Let me know what the word is, 298. Salute, my brother Oso. 298. Primo, we celebrating. One of our kids might end up, unknowingly end up dating Ovidio's daughter or sons. No, mom's way. Spin. All right, we're going straight from the spin. Here we go. We're closing this and spinning. Bow. Oh, shit. Double bubble. Today seems like a good day for me. It's working out. All right. Last one. We spinning or we shuffling? Only the WAP twins don't bore me. No, you bore me. They bore me too. The story already bores me because we know everything about it at this point. Here we go. Eddie being a dickhead. Eddie's being a nut rider is what he's doing. I came in like a he misses his daddy Jay. Nothing bores me more than the motherfuckers that sweat their nuts all day. All right, one more spin for 298. Let me get him. Shy, not yet. We're gonna get him out of here soon though. He likes to come in disturb shit, you know? Like bad food, moldy food and shit. Got this motherfucker rigged today. Nah, it's all gravy. We spinning or we shuffling? If we shuffling, give me a number. I took 2 skipper turns. Shit, if I was cheating, it would have been something else. A water, something. He said shuffle that shit. Still nut hugging the twins, trying to squeeze more info from them. I nut hugged them so much that, you know, Jay Flores reached out and wanted to do that reaction video on Saturday. You fucking dork. You know what I mean? All right, he said shuffle. How many? I'm going to pick now. You taking too long. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's get it. This is, I went 7. This is your last spin. Oh, and a glass of water, man. 298 Sosa, I appreciate you for helping me stay hydrated. It's a hot day today. All right. With those W's, with those W's said, I will take this opportunity to open the wheel for 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. All right. You have 5 minutes. $10 through Power Chat, Cash App, Venmo, or PayPal. The Power Chat link is in the description, and I will link it now in the chat. Boom. I will drop it in the chat. It's $13 from that is the little money sign at the bottom of the chat. And it is 3 spin limit per timer, meaning in this 5 minutes, every one person's maximum purchase can only be 3 spins, all right? You got 4 minutes and 20 seconds to get her done. All right? Since I did good on those last spins from 298, we're gonna make sure I go from there. Shy, how mad are you that the Rat Twins can't get you more subscribers? If they stopped coming on today, I'm still gonna do what the fuck I'm gonna do. That's the difference between me and motherfuckers like you, dog. You come and you anonymously talk shit on the internet. You know what I mean? I'm right here with my face doing what I've always done. Getting where I want to get to. Motherfuckers like you are inconsequential to me. You mean nothing. You know what I mean? Mad that they can't get more subscribers.
Velez sent $10 on the road to 10K. Tumblr glass emoji.
Shout out Velez. One spin. Look, no, you're not. You see? I gave you the answer you wanted, bitch. You asked me for some. You asked me a question. I gave you the answer, but you wanted your answer. So use a hoe. Everybody sees it. You swing off the nuts of one set of dudes that cooperated. One. Huh? Everybody else gets a pass. You'll blow the rest of them. Fucking dork. All right.
Old Soul sent $20. Saluting face emoji on the 10K. LFG.
Salutes my brother Old Soul on the $20 power chat. 2 spins. Salutes on the 10K. Let's fucking go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna help Eddie Gonzalez feel better about himself for a little while, and then we're gonna get him the fuck out of here. He bores me. See, all of the story. Here we go. Shy, it sounds like you're mad that nobody wants your soul. You would do anything to be a rapper. I can't hear it in your. You can't hear it in my voice, or you can. You fucking illiterate cunt. You're an illiterate bitch. I've been a rapper. I rode with the best. I did my thing. I did that. Done. Do it when I want to do it. You can hear it in my voice. It just shows you can't hear shit. You don't know shit. What do you know about me? Nothing. We know everything about you without knowing nothing about you. That's crazy. That's the crazy part. You know? Well, am I like your father? Like are you one of my illegitimate children from days past? Like you got English, motherfucker.
English, motherfucker.
You got a deep-seated, embedded fucking hatred for me, your father. I mean, go deal with your mother about that shit, man. Check her. You was a nobody rapper. I was more than what you are. For sure. I was more than what you are.
$10 and can't believe him. La te saludes que fuego.
Shout out, Zoraida. I can't believe I'm late, but you're on time. Salutes to you, Zoraida, for 1 spin. Salutes to the 10K. Salutes to you, Zoraida. I appreciate your help and thank you. All right? He can hear it in my voice. We don't even want to hear your whack-ass intro. Who's we, bitch? You by yourself in here. Go get your other alts to come help you. You know what I mean? But I was nobody as a rapper. Motherfuckers know me in way more places than you, Papa. You're nobody. I don't rock way more stages than you could fucking imagine. You're just saying a bunch of nothing, and that's why we can't argue with nothings like you, because y'all just say whatever. No, it don't have to have no truth to it. It don't have to have it don't have to have no base in reality, none of that. You just say it and then laugh to yourself like a fucking dork. You know? Shout out Primo says the audio's coming in and out. Is it coming in and out just for Primo, y'all? Or is this a we situation like your boy Eddie These Nuts is talking about? The wrecking ball. Is it just me? They say, who's a hoe? He a hoe? He definitely a hoe. See, now it sounds like I'm mad that Diddy didn't want to grab your ankles. You see, like it's always another thing. It's not good. We deserve better trolls here. You're just nothing. You just some fucking stanky draw bitch in his mom's house sitting around fucking on the internet talking shit to real motherfuckers. You can say it when you see me. That's easy. But this, you're just talking bullshit. So, since you're not evolving and you're not adding nothing to this, put him in the fucking bathroom.
Put him in a fucking bedroom, Mike.
Yeah, Valer. It went through. All right, the timer's down, y'all. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. The wheel is closed. It's a wrap. We got 4 spins we got to do. We got 4 spins we got to do. Shout out to Zoraya. She said it sounds just fine. We got 4 spins we got to do. Let's get it. And then when one of y'all is ready, y'all fucking get Eddie out of here for 24. Send him. We'll listen to him tomorrow, then we put him back in the bathroom. He likes sniffing shit. Loser shit. There you go. Good job, Zorada. Smashed him right in his shit. Sounded like she sniped him like Oso. Oh, Oso hit him in the head. Headshot. He gone. He gone. Don't go. I can hear it in your voice. I can hear it in your voice, Shy. It be the lamest, emptiest, do nothing, don't get up in the morning, no ambition, don't accomplish nothing ass motherfuckers that like coming in here and running their fucking mouths. You know what I'm saying? Same motherfuckers that say this, that about so-and-so, so-and-so, and when they outside, they quiet as a fucking church mouse. Come on, man. Eddie Gonzalez, run the fuck up. Period. I can hear the anger in him. D wanted Diddy to grab his ankles. He never been a rapper. He never did. Bro, I've accomplished everything I wanted to do in my life, dog. Everything. Got to the top level of everything I wanted to do in life. Period. And that's just proven. That's just the past of my life. The future is different. That's a whole different thing. All right? Wanted to be an MC? Became an MC. Rode with the best of them. Wanted to be an actor? Became an actor. Rolled with the best of them. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, your spin went through. Happy hump day, everyone. Almost Friday. Can hear you just fine. I got 3 more spins. Straight double shots. What is you talking about? No, you all out of spins. What are you talking about? Those are your last 3 spins. Oh, I see you. I see you. All right. I see it. My bad. All right, so then we got a total of 4, 5, 7 spins. All right, 7 spins. 7 spins. Let's get it. And we're about to jump in there right now and just get it done. I had to check. IB hit me up in Venmo the other day, y'all. IB said that we clapped him. And then he can't get in the chat. I checked the clap list. He's not in there. It's a whole lot of other shitty smelling motherfuckers in that bathroom. But Ivy's not in there. Salute Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. Right? Now that we're done with the distractions and the nut huggers who accomplish nothing, who have zero ambition, who do nothing. Nothing. Now that those guys are out the way, we move on. All right? Let's do these spins, and then we'll go from there. First spin is for Velez. All right, Velez. Guys, get your shit in now. If you bought a spin, and if you want us to shuffle, put your number in now. Let us know. So let me know so that I'm not waiting around, all right? I'm about to open this up. Boom. All right. We're going with Velez's spin. Can I buy 3 spins for someone else? What does that mean, 298? For someone else to take the drink? I mean, we can't. No, you just looking for a way to buy more spins in one timer. I don't even understand the logic in it. 3 spins. Explain that one to me. Someone else to drink, or in somebody's name, like you donating 3 spins to somebody. You're losing me here. Shout out Shannon. She's back. Velez. Oh, you know what? Velez is busy. I'm going to do it for him. So here we go. We got Velez's spin. This is Velez's spin. I'm going to hit the shuffle. The number right here says no shuffle. No shuffle. Okay, my bad. I thought you was working. All right, no shuffle. We going straight from here. We shooting from the hip. Let's get it.
Y'all ready to party? Let's go. Get your hands up. 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 Get your hands up.
Oh, man. I'd like to thank Velez for keeping me hydrated. You know, it's hard out here when, you know, you're dealing with the unambitious, you know, the ones that wake up in the morning and do nothing and make nothing happen. The ones that ask 1,000 questions and and never get a satisfactory answer, regardless of the answer you give them. You know, it makes you parched. So thank you for keeping me hydrated. Salutes to Velez on the road to 10K. We passed that. We're on the road to 100K now. Salutes to Velez for the spin. And somebody else, and he said, no, for me to take the drinks, but in somebody else's name. Hell no, that's like having an alt. I don't know, but I got to think about that. That's crazy. All right, let's get it. Let's go to Oso's. Hey, I got a hot hand today, Velez. I got a hot hand. I'm telling you, I got a hot hand right now. What's the results? This today's results? Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get Oso spins in. Oso, you want to shuffle? Do you want to spin from the hip right there? Or what are we doing here? I told you to get it in early. You didn't listen to me. Closing this. Let me know if we shuffling or we spinning. And then we're going to move on to the Diddy stuff. Who, as much of a domestic violent motherfucker and super freak and all that shit, still more ambitious than fucking Eddie. Still more ambitious. Dude actually get shit done. Only thing Eddie figured out was how to type his name in the YouTube and talk bullshit and spell soul wrong. Fucking dork. He mad. He's so mad. Nah, man, I get mad at motherfuckers that want to come and try to derail my stream thinking that they're smart when we know what you are. We know what you are. You can't hide from us. Fuck. All right, also taking too long. I'm going to go on about my business. I'm going to shuffle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's get it. Oso's first spin. Oh, shit. Double shot. Double shot. Shit. All right, that's Oso's first spin. No shuffling for 298. All right, we're going straight for 298. We got another shot, another spin for Oso. So boom, double shot. It's first. I'm gonna shuffle here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh shit, man, very hydrated. Also, I'd like to thank you for helping my hydration. You know, again, when you're dealing with the unambitious. When you sold your soul for 10,000 subs, you fucking dork. And say I can't hear it in your voice, motherfucker. You can or you can't. He can't figure it out. That's what he can't do. Now he can't manage to get out the fucking
Put him in a fucking bed, you might.
Yes, Zoraida, yes. The only one that has hit an alcoholic beverage is Old Soul. One time. All right. Again, the other night, y'all had all the luck. It's looking like today, your boy got a hot hand. I mean, what do you want me to say? It's a good day. Boom. All right, so boom, that's Oso's. And now we got Zoraida spin. And then we got 298 spins. No, he wilding. Somebody else's name. Choose one, bitch. So it's also, yes. Jay was having fun with him the other night. Here's the problem, too, but it'd be taking too much editing to get that fucking punk out of there. It take up too much time to just give this guy energy. He come in here and say, you can't ask people a question. They give you the answer, and then you're like, nah, because of this. Then we can't talk to you, bro. Go argue with your bitch. That's what you do at home all day, bro. Go argue with your mom, bro. About dishes or whatever the fuck it is y'all argue about. Today is your lucky day. You're supposed to be lit. Evidently, my luck is, moved in a different direction. Hydration. Keeping, what JP called it? The pura vida going. You know what I mean? All right, Zoraida, we shuffling or we spinning? If we shuffling, give me a number. I just think the audacity on people is fucking funny. Like, come on, man. Are you crazy? Google me, bitch. What it is, Zoraida, what it is. We spinning or we shuffling? What it is.
Tango el gato los pantalones.
Gato está en los pantalones. Oh, you said 4 spins? My bad. I thought you was talking about spins. Let's get it. 4 shuffles. Close this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here we go with Zoraida spin. Oh, spin again. Spin again. We spinning or we shuffling. Spinning or shuffling. His mom sent him here to argue with you, bro. She tired of his lame ass too. She's like, you know what? Finally, you know why I'm going to tell you about your daddy? I never told you about your daddy, but you know why I'm going to tell you about your daddy? Because I don't want the problem anymore. What a conversation to have, huh? Mama bicho. It's just funny to me, man. They just come in here and say whatever. Like, who are you, dog? What are you? Spin. Boom. We spinning. Bow. Let's get it. Oh, boom. Have a beer. All right. We got a beer and a double shot. Now we're going to 298 spins with no shuffle. All right. No shuffle. Let's get it.
Are y'all ready to party? Let's go. Get your hands up. 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 Get your hands up.
Stop. All right. Got a double shot for 298. Double shot for 298. Shout out Ricky Bobby on the check-in. Double shot for 298. So that's a double shot for Oso, double shot for 298, and a beer for Zoraida. Let's get it. All right, next spin for 298. Let's get it. Oh, another shot. See, 298, you're getting it back. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. And one more spin. Now, but this makes more sense, right? Because now maybe I could open the bar again later. Nah, y'all want me with 50 drinks right here, and then I can't open the bar later. And then JP's like, why the fuck you don't open the bar, son? So it's like, what I'm going to do? So, boom. That's 3 shots for 298. And one more spin. Let's get it. Oliveira. Oh, skip a turn. One for me. Let's get it. All right. 100's up in the chat for y'all. All right. 100 up in the chat for y'all. Now it makes sense. Shit's making sense around here. All right. So 3 shots for 298. A double shot for Oso. So that's 5. And a beer for Zoraida. Beautiful. 5 shots and a beer, not bad. Take my time. Let's get it. So I think that's all the spins, and I think that's the count. It is 2, 4, 5 shots in the beer. About to go get my beer. Keep it moving from here. Let me think about that. Oliveira. I think Oliveira. Tory is tough, but we'll see. All right. Salutes. We're going to get into this next topic. Boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a beer. Perfect. I will try my best to keep the count going. Now, what's up, guys? You think that the trolls tune out and they leave when they get put in the fucking bathroom? Nah. Right now, he's punching air like Cuba Gooding Jr. somewhere. Mad. Still got to listen to us. Just shut up and listen. You can't type here. Now, if you do want to talk shit, Eddie, you could spend the $2 and do it in the super chat. You can say whatever you want in the super chat. In the power chat. All right, I'm just looking here. Bow, we at 10K and 2. Salutes to the 2. Right. Bobby D says, salutes, congrats on the 10K subs. You're hitting 50K by the end of the year. I hope so. Or you know what? I believe you. Let's get it. Salutes, Ricky Bobby. Hope your Wednesday is going well so far. Salutes. All right. Shit, we might only got 5 shots left. We're going to see. Let me see. Law and crime. See what they talking about day 1. Don't tell who what. What happened? I'm lost. Let's see.
El Cheapo sent $3 amigo. Felicidades por sus 10 mil seguidores. Saludos desde Colorado.
Shout out to El Cheapo on the check-in. I appreciate you. Salutes. For the $3 power chat. Amigo, felicidades por sus 10,000 seguidores. Saludos desde Colorado. Salutes to you, El Cheapo. We appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing good. If you happen to run into El Mio in the hallway, knuckle up with him. Let us know how that goes. And if we run into your family on the street, because it seems all of them are about to be here, we'll say what's up. All right? Holla. I've never been given more bottles in my life until I quit drinking. I got bottles everywhere for no reason. It be like that. Yeah, I do too. This bottle, I got another bottle over there I could pop open. I don't want to pop that one open. You know what I'm saying? The price gonna go up on that one. Let's get it right here. Let's do this day one. Let's get this.
Like victims, maybe?
When I was in high school, I was one of the few Black students, and I regularly remember that some of my friends would call me an Oreo, and I never knew what that meant, and I would challenge them when they would call me that. They'd say,
you needed to fight them motherfuckers. If they weren't your friends, you needed to fight their Dude be sending you saludos from ADX. Salutes, man. You can just say ADX next time, El Cheapo. That's funny.
GoDaddy Point of Sale gives you a powerful POS solution. Get the lowest transaction fees in the industry.
As I speak right now.
All right, let's get it. We're going to move on to this Diddy situation. We're going to take our time. I'm going to listen to information. We're going to have a couple drinks, smoke something, salutes, honeys up in the chat, hang out, and do hood rat stuff with my friend.
I want to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Right? Salutes. I'm going to go get my drink.
As I speak right now, Cassandra Ventura has taken the stand. Now, unfortunately, in this case, in a federal case, there are no cameras in the courtroom. There is no audio in the courtroom. But we are going to do our best to report to you in real time what is happening with her testimony and analyzing her testimony in real time. And we're going to also be taking your questions about this testimony, about the case in general, as it progresses. So if you have a question, submit it on YouTube. We will answer it here on air. I'm not going to do it alone. I have with me here in studio Rich Schoenstein, trial attorney. It's great to see you, Rich. Thanks for jumping here so quickly. Really appreciate it.
Glad to be here. Big day in this trial.
This is a big day because she is victim number one in this case. I think it would be fair to say we probably wouldn't have criminal charges if it wasn't for Cassandra Ventura filing her lawsuit in November of 2023. We all know that the videotape of her purportedly being beaten by Sean Combs in 2016 changed the course of this entire legal saga. It came up a lot yesterday. She came up a lot yesterday. And now her testifying for the prosecution, I think a fair argument is this case either rises or falls with her testimony. So what has she testified to so far? Well, first of all, she's quite pregnant. She's about 8.5 months. 9 months pregnant. She's 38 years old. She explained that she was with Sean Combs for 10 years.
That's not a good look, pregnant and shit all in front of a jury. You know what I'm saying? You can't be in front of a jury being accused of doing all of these foul things to this woman and she's sitting up there pregnant as hell, boy. Talk about the sympathy vote. But these lawyers know that. Everybody knows that. Right?
You don't want no problems.
Shout out Zaza on the check-in. Salutes.
Years. We're talking about a 17-year age difference. She admitted that during the course of their relationship, he introduced her to certain sex acts. She asked to describe the relationship she had with him. Quote, there were violent arguments that would usually result in some sort of physical abuse, dragging, different things of that nature. Again, why is this important? He's charged with sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. He's charged with racketeering conspiracy, a criminal enterprise, underlying crimes like sex trafficking, kidnapping.
But she not just pregnant. She 8 or 9 months pregnant. So she's puro pipa in front of that fucking jury right now. Right?
You don't want no problems.
I could do some beers from time to time. No shots for me, though, because shots get me to flying. I haven't drank liquor in like 10 years. When I was coming up, I couldn't do any of them together. If I was doing beer, I had to do beer. If I was doing liquor, I had to do liquor. And if I was smoking bud, couldn't do none of the above. Now, pour them all in the same bowl and serve them up. Her hubby is right by her. We're going to see what he had to listen to. Shout out Shannon. I could feel Shannon's, she's pulling for her girl, but I have my doubts on Cassie. Same as I have my doubts on Megan Thee Stallion, and I have an intuition. That's what I was about to say. Sound like she the freak off. From everything that I've been hearing, just from my peripherals, not looking good. It's feeling like how we felt early.
Arson, bribery, obstruction, and also transporting sex workers for purposes of prostitution. She went on to say that he would stomp her in the head if she was down. There was frequent violence. She would have black eyes.
Yo, Velez is fucking... Yo, this is like if Loki, JP created another monster, it's fucking Velez, boy. He said, that'd be a good idea. Put them all in the same bowl. You drink them on Friday. No, bro, we're straight. We do it one at a time. We're good. Right? We all right. Again, I don't drink. You guys, when I drink, you guys are watching. You see me drink. There it is. Smoke them if you got them. Drink them if you got them. If you're sober, it's a hug from me to you. Salutes to everybody out there on the road, all our truck drivers and all the families traveling to get home. Salutes to y'all. To get to work, wherever you headed. Safe travels. Let's get it.
She would have bruises.
I put the Henny in the freezer, yo. I'm tired of fucking warm shots around here. Coño.
She was asked by the prosecutor that he would stomp her in the head if she was down. There was frequent violence. She would have black...
Now let me ask some of y'all, and I'm just asking. I'm not victim blaming. I'm just asking. Because there's a lot of toxic relationships that are toxic from both sides. And accountability is very rare. How many times you think in their relationship she's hauled off and smacked him in the fucking mouth? I'm not condoning what he does to her. He shouldn't touch her. And what he did to her in that hallway was, he should fuck him up over that. Right? But how many times you think she's never hauled off and smacked him in his fucking face for no reason or been a toxica herself? I think they're playing her like this little angel and shit, and I don't know how real that is, but that's the way the game is. That's what they do. That's why Tory Lanez is in jail right now, if you ask me.
Black eyes. She would have bruises. She was asked by the prosecution to describe what a freak-off was. And she said, quote, it basically entails the hiring of an escort and setting up this experience so that I could perform for Sean. It involved Combs being able to watch with me, the other person, and actually direct us on what we were doing. Eventually, it became a...
The use of this freak-off word has just been propaganda from the beginning. Because if you're going to call that a freak-off, then anytime any of y'all go get into bed with your lady and you start fucking rolling around and tussling, and anytime, you do some freaky shit here or there, you in a freak-off, no, that's you behind closed doors doing what you're doing. They gave it a name. You know what I'm saying? And maybe they had a name for it, but it was just a name just thrown out like that. But no, they're using it like, no, this is a thing. Have you guys ever heard of freak-offs? Apparently, they're this. No, they're not. Y'all are just running with that fucking narrative and that word. Freak off, freak off, freak off. All I've heard in this shit is freak off, the hallway beat down, and baby oil. No mommies.
No mommies, wait.
That's all I heard. She don't look like she would. But if you make Diddy look bad, but it just makes Diddy make Diddy look bad because of the video. She don't look like she would. She don't look like she would smack him in the face. Shit. Could never hit a woman. My ex punched me in the face while I was sleeping, and again once I woke up, I had to sit there and eat it. You can't even stop them from hitting. You can't. You can't. You can't. Freak off equals a swingers party. So it's not a threesome no more? Or it's not a foursome? Or it's a whatever I want to call it, bro. It's dinner if I want to call it dinner. You know what I'm saying? Fuck are we talking about? Shannon said, I truly believe she was afraid of him. He had power over her all the time. Not even a little bit in you could make you think that she was with the shits. She was with it. With a lot of it. She was just afraid. That's why she didn't leave. I think she was afraid too. Not the kind of afraid that you think she was. I think she was afraid of losing what she was trying to build. I think she was afraid of being ostracized from the music business. That's just me though. Then again, I'm thinking with my mentality, salutes. Diddy should have just did some freak-offs like these YouTubers. He'd be free today. Yeah, I just learned about dating last year. I thought that was hilarious. But shout out Shannon. I truly believe she was afraid of him. He had power over her. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, sometimes. There was other people that didn't leave either. They didn't, and it is power, but the power of taking away their careers, which is still out of pocket. But is it trafficking? Is it this? Is it that? We'll see.
A job for me, pretty much. And by the way, this comes after the testimony of a male performer who says he was hired by Cassandra Ventura and Sean Combs to have sex with Cassie in front of Sean Combs. She described how their relationship was quite complex. Talking about these freak-offs when she was first introduced to them, she says, I was confused, nervous, but also loved him very much. She explained how Sean Combs ultimately controlled a lot of her life. She talked about blackmail materials. So video.
Hold on. That's talking about. Heck yeah, she did. She smacked him in the mouth. Yes, I think she smacked him in the mouth a time or two too. She seems like she got her own diva tendencies, man. You know what I mean?
Videos that Combs purportedly shot of her during these sexual encounters. Sean Combs ultimately controlled a lot of her life. She talked about blackmail materials. So videos that Combs purportedly shot of her during these sexual encounters. She was concerned that they would be published, they would be released. Quote, he had many resources to do that. She was shown the 2016 video of that hallway attack, as I mentioned. She confirmed it was after a freak-off, which is important, because while the defense would say this is an unfortunate incident of domestic violence and domestic violence is not sex trafficking, she has confirmed that this was after a freak-off. This was in furtherance of sex trafficking.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. What? This sounds like some fucking Salem witch trial shit, man. Again, at the beginning, I thought they had him dead to rights. Oh, hard drives. Oh, secret cameras in the bear in the dresser. All this bullshit. And now they're like, no, that's just domestic violence. But there was a freak-off. You know that thing, a freak-off? Let me tell you what a freak-off is. And it was across state lines. And, this is all bullshit. The railroading dude. Instead of just get him what you could have got him with. Give him a couple of years and shut the fuck up. Nah, that's crazy.
Domestic violence is not sex trafficking. Attack, as I mentioned. She confirmed it was after a freak-off, which is important, because while the defense would say this is an unfortunate incident of domestic violence and domestic violence is not sex trafficking, she has confirmed that this was after a freak-off. This was in furtherance of sex trafficking. She says she was afraid that if she said no to him,
Bro, you know what this does as far as I'm concerned? It softens real sex trafficking. See, I even said the word. It softens it. It takes away the power from what they're supposed to be, from what they're supposed to be chasing. What they're supposed to be finding is box trucks full of people. What they're supposed to be finding is kidnapped little girls and little boys. What they're supposed to be looking for. If you're going to sit there and put people being freaks and add that to the fucking thing, they're reaching, bro. They're reaching. The fact that people are calling this trafficking. The fact that they're calling this trafficking, that's the criminal part of this shit. They are committing a crime against Diddy if they're taking that roundabout ass fucking way right there to say he's trafficking. Miss me with the bullshit. And he had her career aspirations, blackmail, had money to destroy her. And guess what? She still got away, right? You see how she got away, Shannon? She got away when she was ready. I don't think she's, as guilty as he is of some of the criminal dirtbag shit he did. But I just think she's suffering regret. And I'm hoping her husband knows everything. Because if not, he gonna know now. What? Yeah. Private planes full of kids in tunnel. Yeah, that I want to hear that. This to me ain't that. And this to me ain't even what they're trying to paint it to be. That's crazy. All they got to do in this country is pick you. And then they pick you apart. I had a lot of reasons to dislike Diddy. Pac, Big, all the situations. A lot of things that he did in hip-hop that I wasn't with. He did a lot for hip-hop, but he took a lot from hip-hop too. And I was all for every dog has his day. If you're guilty, it's on you. But this don't sound like shit to me. I honestly think she was all in. She was all in it. Got to more than she could handle, and she stayed because of her ambition to her albums. I agree. Like at the beginning, she was gung-ho. We're going to do all of the eating, drinking, fucking, sucking, snorting, smoking, whatever. Right? She was go. All good. Then maybe one day shit went left, went too far, or maybe one day this or something happened. But it feels like regret to me. What happens to his adopted daughter? Who? What happened to his adopted daughter? I don't know if that was really his adopted daughter or if that was just a video. I don't remember if we looked into that or not. There's a reason the rich hang with the rich. I mean, when you get enough money, it's never an issue. Eventually, they start seeking other things harder to obtain. Yeah, but those are just, and most of them are weak as fuck, so happens. I think Jay is, I think he's in a different part of the stream than us. He's talking about the first topic. Right? Boom, hit the like button if you have yet to do so. I just heard a roundabout bullshit right there, though.
Would make him
angry. Oh, he got blackmail shit, but this, that, and all. And if you call it this, if we classify this human trafficking, then we can make this work. And that's what it sounds like.
Shown the 26th during these sexual encounters. She was concerned that they would be published, they would be released. Quote, he had many resources to do that. She was shown the 2016 video of that hallway attack, as I mentioned. She confirmed it was after a freak-off, which is important, because while the defense would say this is an unfortunate incident of domestic violence, and domestic violence is not sex trafficking, she has confirmed that this was after a freak-off. This was in furtherance of sex trafficking. She says she was afraid that if she said no to him, it would make him angry. So again, we're going to get more of her testimony in real time. So far, Rich, from what I've said, what are you taking away from her testimony?
Well, obviously, this is a horrendous relationship, and she suffered a lot. I think the defense is arguing, in essence, that she was a consensual, willing participant in this relationship. It was a 10-year relationship. It had ups and downs, and the defense is arguing that some of the things she argues now she was forced to do, she did willingly, and perhaps even enjoyed at the time. So that's what we're getting at. But this is really shocking stuff for a jury to have to hear all of this, and I think see some of it is coming up.
Don't you think that there is a potential problem for the prosecution? Because we heard it, it was funny. We have a question from TDB. Jesse, does the male dancer's testimony about Cassie contradict the prosecution's opening statement? Now, he had testified that he thought he heard Sean Combs slapping her, that there were instances where he saw him dragging her, but at the same time, he was getting paid by her. He was texting her. She was participating in these freak-offs. You wonder, this case is a thin line. Was it coercion or not? Was she a victim or partner in this?
They weren't in the same state all the time for 10 years. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're going to see.
Do you think when you hear the testimony of that male dancer and you hear her testimony,
what if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Testimony now, it'll be difficult for the jury to believe that everything was coerced and against her will.
I don't think the jury is going to believe that everything was coerced and against her will at the time, but it doesn't have to. There's a massive power imbalance here. So even if she willingly participated for parts of this relationship, he has all of the power and he's using it. And
I'll say this is why, even if you're the boss and you're innocent, you can take the L to an evil woman, and they're out there. I believe those women that falsely accuse men, they should do the time that the men would have or did serve. Okay? But if we're always talking power dynamics, that means anybody under a boss can railroad them. It's a bad precedent to set.
The one thing you mentioned, I wrote down, blackmail video. That stuff's really important to the case, right? This is carrot and stick territory, but he kept, allegedly, things like these videos to keep people in line. And the allegation here is if she sort of got a little bit antsy about how the relationship was going, he would threaten to release videos that would destroy any chance of her having a career.
The defense would say the only person that was in possession of the videos was Cassandra Ventura. That's a point that they made yesterday.
That's an evidentiary point. I don't know the answer to that.
Let me ask you this. We have a question from Lauren, who, by the way, has this cute little emoji, smiley face with the hearts. I like it. It's nice. I have a question. Do you think now that the prosecution has played their ace with Cassie, that they have more damning evidence to come?
I would expect so, because when you're prosecuting a case like this, you want to start strong. And I think some of the idea of putting her on in day 2 of this trial is to start strong. They put on a little corroborating testimony first, right, from this dancer, escort, whatever you want to call him, and now they have her, the security guard, and they get to show the video, that horrible video, and now she testifies. But it can't be the prosecution's plan to try this case that now they're just going to wind their way through some other inconsequential witnesses. I mean, they have 2 more victims, as I understand it.
Well, let's talk about this. The practical reality is, A, they need to get her on the stand before she gives birth, okay?
Well, that's true, too. That's true. Good point.
Yeah, because victim 3 is nowhere to be found, so they may have to make sure that victim 1 is still available. But also, I agree that they started very strong with corroborating evidence before they brought her on, because what happened? When she filed her lawsuit in November of 2023, made these wild allegations, I think people said, how do we know this is true or not? As soon as that video was released by CNN, the whole game changed, because people not only believed that...
That's the problem. Shit, we probably did too. My thing is, things ain't mutually exclusive. You know? Yeah, there was people have been using information and shit to blackmail and manipulate people since the beginning of footage and since the beginning of recordings and shit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they had a domestic violence situation. Does that mean everything in that docket is true? Can't be, bro. Especially you ain't telling us nothing. You ain't showing us nothing. Baby oil and fucking scratched off serial numbers.
That particular incident in the complaint, they believed overall all the allegations that she made, and it seems the prosecution is doing just that. Now, it's interesting thinking about this. By the way, I'm going to give more updates about her testimony. So right now, Ventura said, I thought we were monogamous. The prosecutor asked, was it made public? No, I was his artist, also his family, his children, meaning their relationship wasn't public yet. Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter Miss Ventura responds. How did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. So a lot of this is talking about...
Wait, so they was just... So wait, she was the side chick? Is that what just said? They said right
testimony.
there?
So right now, Ventura said, I thought we were monogamous. The prosecutor asked, was it made public? No, I was his artist. Also, his family, his children, meaning their relationship wasn't public yet.
I see.
Who was linked to him publicly? Kim Porter.
Yep,
Miss
side
Ventura
chick.
responds. How did Sean treat you at this time? We had fun. So a lot of this is talking about the beginnings of their relationship, and she has to concede some points, right? She can't just say, it was a disaster at the very beginning. I hated him from the very beginning. I was under a distress from the very beginning. There has to be an aspect to it where she explains, no, I started this relationship. I was young. I was excited, but then it devolved, right? In order to be credible on the stand about the story, I think.
I agree with that. And also to acknowledge that there were benefits to her of being in this relationship. It would, at least in theory, help her career. It would get her to meet people that she otherwise wouldn't have been able to meet. So all of that is true. There's nothing wrong with her conceding that, because none of that justifies being dragged down a hallway and beaten.
Exactly. And by the way, we jumped on here on air immediately as soon as we found out that Cassandra Ventura was officially taking the stand. And one thing that makes Law and Crime a little bit different than other outlets like that is our viewers. Not only do we value our viewers, but we are making content right now purely for our viewers on YouTube. We want to give you the most up-to-date information about this case in real time. And again, we are the only channel, the only news organization that is producing content for you specifically. We value that. YouTube is where the most hard cutting edge news is coming from, and we want to get it out to you as quickly as possible. So thank you so much to our supporters. We are going to continue to take your questions for next.
So that's how they're growing so fast. They're hiring freelancers. Look what they're doing with AI experts.
I mean, for a while now, because she's going to be on the stand. So let's keep it going. Again, thank you to our YouTube audience. Jane, are there any more witnesses to Cassie getting attacked by Diddy apart from the bodyguard? I mean, I don't know. I would imagine so.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's a videotape, so that's kind of a witness. But yes, I would imagine there are other witnesses who are going to talk about the relationship and probably talk about some of the physical stuff.
Well, they mentioned chiefs of staff. They mentioned a chef. They mentioned... One of the questions from the defense yesterday was, how is this a conspiracy, right? For a conspiracy, you need two or more people to agree. Yeah. Who are the people that coordinated and facilitated this racketeering and sex trafficking operation are not criminally charged?
So I see two major hurdles for the prosecution in this case. One is what we've been talking about. They have to
My bad, Joe. I got one of them phone calls came through. You know, one of them calls. It's one of them calls, though. You know what I mean? We'll talk about it another time. I'm over here doing the J Floyd. We'll talk about it another time. I heard the whole trafficking thing is considered trafficking if you pay or fly someone to you. Don't rappers do that all the time? Rappers, regular dudes, hustlers, been doing it since the olden days. What are we talking about? Shout out Shannon. I agree, if you make up allegations against a man, you should go straight to jail. Yes, she was a side piece. What did I miss, y'all? Did I miss anything special?
So let's keep it going. Again, thank you to our YouTube audience. Jane, are there any more witnesses to Cassie getting attacked by Diddy apart from the bodyguard? I mean, I don't know. I would imagine so.
Yeah, I don't know either. There's a videotape, so that's kind of a witness. But yes, I would imagine there are other witnesses who are going to talk about the relationship.
All right, forget all of that. They're speculating. We have Cassie's testimony, so let's get to what Cassie's talking about on the stand. Boom, I just did that one. Let's see, down was long. Let's catch this breakdown right here. Here we go.
you're a content creator, then you need to be using Motion Ray for your videos. My name is Tyler Everts, a filmmaker and YouTube creator where I share my experience and industry knowledge with my audience.
But right now, I want to go live to Long Crime's very own Elizabeth Milner, who is outside of the federal courthouse, was inside that court for when Cassandra Ventura was testifying. Elizabeth, it's great to see you. I know you have to jump back into court quite quickly. So let's first start off with Ventura. She takes the stand. How did she appear? What are some of the highlights of her testimony? And most importantly, how is the jury responding to her testimony?
Yeah, well, Jesse, when she had first kind of entered the courtroom, I can't necessarily describe it as a tense moment necessarily, but I can only imagine what was kind of going through everybody's minds. You have Diddy's children on one side, his family on one side. You have Diddy, who was looking at Cassie as the moment that she walked inside that courtroom today. She was wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very much so, appears to be in her third trimester of her pregnancy. Damn. And so she kind of walked very quietly and very slowly up to the witness stand, took the swore the oath and that type of sort, and then sat down for the prosecution's questioning. And as far as who her support was inside that courtroom, that included her brother, what we presume to be her mother, as well as even her husband, Alex Fine. And he was kind of the topic of some of these arguments outside of the presence of the jury, mainly about just some testimony that they're expected to happen, especially later on today or even possibly tomorrow, because she is expected to be on the stand for a while. But as far as when she got onto the stand, she was very soft-spoken when she was answering ASA Emily Johnson's question. We've been following this case from the beginning, from the moment that she had filed that federal lawsuit that was just very shocking, a very bombshell lawsuit that we all know was settled the following day. But as far as just kind of comparing the allegations to her witness testimony, it was kind of a difference in the sense that we had only seen her allegations through words, through paper, through court filings and that sort. But, when she got on the stand, it's now, for jurors in their minds, they're putting a voice and they're putting a person to, a name finally. They're seeing just from her side of the view, just kind of her relationship with Diddy. Much of the testimony was very foundational. When did she meet Diddy? How long before, the two engaged in sexual intercourse? As well as, she was briefly asked about the CNN video, and she did confirm that she was leaving a freak off when the vicious beating kind of happened. As far as just some other big highlights, we were shown a lot of photos of her and Sean, as she refers to him in court, as well as her friends. We saw a photo of him being Diddy, Kim Porter, another friend, and Cassiel at the 2006 BET Awards. We saw a photo of Diddy with Cassie, another friend, and another potential witness to this case.
Pneumonia. That's the shit that rings strange all the time, everywhere, is the pneumonia. I want to look into pneumonia, and a lot of people say pneumonia can be a side effect of cyanide. I don't know how true that is. I haven't done my research on that, but we thought the plot would thicken in this case, and it hasn't. Our imaginations run with us sometimes, you know what I'm saying? But if we come to find out in 5 years, 10 years that they was just unaliving people with pneumonia and cyanide, it's crazy.
All sitting on a couch. We had seen photos of their trip to Miami. We saw photos of them at a strip club together here in New York City in 2007. For Halloween, she had spoken about just, her time working as an artist for Bad Boy, and just that pretty much, some of these allegations she had talked about in her lawsuit, but also that Diddy controlled a lot of aspects of her recording career. She signed a 10-album deal. However, she only put out one album plus a mixtape. A lot of the songs that she had even recorded had just gone either, unreleased, or they were leaked.
So he only did one album with her? That's crazy. That's why she mad. I got one album out of this shit.
in that type of sort. And so some of those were like kind of the big highlights, I would say. They were kind of touching base on who all else kind of played a role in, as far as, you know, security. She had named people like D-Rock and Bounds and Uncle Paulie and Malik. As far as assistants, we heard one of the big names being Christina Coram, as well as David James, Neil Dominic. And so that was kind of touching base a little bit as far as, you know, how Diddy's staff kind of interacted with her. But for the most part, another eye-opening point was just that, you know, Diddy had security around him 24/7, but she also had said that, you know, sometimes the security's job was to kind of check on her and make sure that she was doing what she was supposed to, essentially. That, you know, if she wasn't answering the phone when Diddy had called, that he would send his security to go and find her. And so, you know, as far as just some of the testimony, I'm sure we'll get into more details as far as kind of, you know, the freak-offs and that type of those types of allegations. But, you know, it really did start off pretty foundational, and I was pretty surprised at, you know, how composed she was keeping it all while on the stand. Again, she was very soft-spoken, but she answered the questions directly. If there was something that she was confused about or wanted Emily Johnson to rephrase or just to ask again, she was open about that. You know, there were very brief moments of laughter, but that was just because, you know, it was nothing that had to do with any of those graphic allegations or anything like that. But it was just, you know, pretty much, she was asked, like, why didn't you release more albums? And she's like, is that a question for me? And then there was a little chuckle, but for the most part, it was very much a serious tone. A lot of eyes were on Cassie. A lot of eyes were also on Diddy's children when they were talking, you know, for example, about Kim Porter and just how that relationship had ended while Cassie was starting her relationship with Diddy. And so we got to kind of see, finally, for a while now, because it's almost been 2 years since she had filed her lawsuit at this point, that we kind of got to see her explain her own view from her own mouth, as opposed to us seeing these allegations in like lawsuits and that type of sort.
This is Pod 5, the first fully immersive sleep system. Intelligent.
So I have two questions for you. One, how is the jury responding to her testimony and more of the graphic points of her testimony? But also, what was Diddy doing? What was Sean Combs doing? Was he looking at her? Was she looking at him at any points? So again, what was the jury's reaction and what was the reaction between...
Did they do little love hands to each other and shit?
Diddy and Cassie.
Well, let me tell you, it was a very packed courtroom, so it was really hard to kind of see all the jurors in their faces. But from the little view that I got of just seeing these jurors, they were listening intently, like they have been even since yesterday, taking notes, kind of watching back and forth, both, you know, the prosecution asked their questions and then going over and kind of looking at the witness, that being Cassie, while on the stand. Now, as far as Diddy goes, he was watching very intently. Like, let me tell you something. He is very much so participating in his defense. He is jotting notes down. He's passing these notes, because we do know when the cross-examination comes down, it's going to be Ana Maria Esteval who's going to be doing that line of questioning once the defense does get to the cross of Cassie's testimony. But as far as Diddy goes, he definitely kept his eyes on Cassie for the most duration while she was on the stand, which I can only imagine was felt intimidating on her end, possibly. I'm obviously not in her mind, so I don't know that 100% or anything like that. But as far as Cassie looking back in Diddy's direction, even when she had gotten off the stand, you know, she didn't look at him once. She just walked immediately outside through the gallery, didn't look at him, didn't look at his children. There was no type of like soft smile, none of that. I think, you know, even she might not have noticed her husband was right there in the courtroom too, but she kept laser focused, got out of the door, and then that's when everybody else kind of left the courtroom for lunch break.
Pretty surreal, to say the least. Let me ask you this. At the beginning of the day, we kind of got a sense of what's going to happen next. Everybody's been talking about the freak-off tapes or these sex tapes and how they're going to be visible in the courtroom, whether or not the gallery is going to see these tapes.
You don't want no problems.
Shout out Think Like a Kingpin on the check-in. Blessings to the usual suspects. Salutes. Bro, sorry to interrupt your bomb show, but you can show me the but can you show me the billboard meme? It's this right here. It's actually an emoji for our members only. This is the billboard. Or do you want to see the pictures, the images that I got of it? Oh, hold on. There we go. Bow. That's that smiley face billboard in honor of you, bro. Salutes. All right, but if you want the picture of the billboard, where is that at? sec. Shall I have a gripe if I may humbly, politely ask my beloved friend? Sure, but tread lightly, all right? Tread lightly. JP, hold on, quickly. Let me see if I can find the images. I don't know if that's what he's looking for. Let's go here. Billboard emoji. Yeah, let's see. No, it's not there. Let me see. It's in the Discord, but I don't know where. I got it here, but it's in here. Here they go. I found them. All right. Here you go. Think like a kingpin. Here is number 1. Here is number 2. There you go. All right. There you have it. There it is. All right. If y'all don't know the story, get in the playlist. I did, JP. You missed it, JP. I did it directly after 298 spins. Directly. Right? Boom. There's 1 and there's 2. Right? Told you. These guys were hopeless romantics. Right? But to their benefit. To their benefit. All right? Hope that helped. There you have it. Let's see. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Back here.
I imagine when she's going to have to talk about these tapes, she's going to have to view these tapes. What was the discussion earlier this morning regarding the tapes, how a witness will be questioned about the tapes, and whether or not anybody in the gallery will ultimately see them?
Yeah, so there was a lot of concerns about these exhibits, mainly more so, I guess, from us on the press ends portion, you know, just seeing that these photos were sexually explicit and very graphic in nature. The government planned to show some of these images because they, according to the government, were 6 still images. They were nude images of victims that were sexually explicit, but the government kind of came up with a solution.
Victims of what? Wait.
Some of these images, because they, according to the government, were 6 still images. They were nude images of victims that were sexually explicit, but the government kind of came up with a solution that, you know, they would provide headphones to the jurors, so that way, you know, we wouldn't hear any type of audio of, you know, these exhibits that were going to be portrayed. The government wanted to keep this material out of public record. The defense, meanwhile, says it's pretty much adult pornography, and so that's when we kind of started connecting the dots that these were, you know.
Does law and crime get clapped for all the words that they say? I can't use none of these words. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so.
Videos and images of, you know, these freak-offs that the government is kind of talking about that's central to their case. The defense says it's a privacy issue, and they question what us in the press would pretty much do with these types of images. And you know what? We have a right to kind of talk about them, especially not in a salacious manner or anything like that. I don't think that was any of our intents on, you know, being in the courtroom while these images were played or anything like that. But apparently it seems like, you know, a point for the defense that, you know, they were just wondering what the press would do about it, especially with so many eyes on this case. And so, you know, they wanted to address this issue. The media did have a response through a lawyer. Not 100% sure what outlet they were with, but the media's response was pretty much that the press needs to see these. You know, the testimony isn't necessarily suitable for these images because, you know, I
want to see how they're going to handle explaining these things verbally, like.
Question is, was this consensual or was this coerced? And so the media lawyer, you know, offered maybe just the pool of reporters to see these types of images, so that way there would at least be some media in the room, so that way we could a report about this. And so from the media's response, they completely objected to total sealment of these images and says that it's a First Amendment issue. And so this is going to be taken up probably at a later time, possibly when we all come back from the lunch break, just to kind of get a better picture of it. But it seems like, from both parties that they're kind of fearful about these images getting out. But on our side, we have a right to report on what's going on. I mean, look at just the media campouts just behind me. A lot of people have interest in this, not just for salacious headlines or anything.
Everybody got interest, so everybody want to watch the show. No mames, right? The fuck?
That, but because this is a very high profile and criminal case, and of course we will respectfully report on it if we are able to see these.
This music was generated with the tool I'm showing you to.
It sounds like it. Empty as fuck.
Real quickly.
Of course, we will respectfully report on it if we are able to see these images.
Real quick, Elizabeth, I want to get you back into that courtroom. 30 seconds. If you could just explain what the scene is like today.
Well, the scene is very much so a lot of high energy, a lot of anxious energy, and maybe I'm just saying my own personal feelings because it was pretty tense this morning as a lot of people were just trying to battle to get inside that courtroom because everyone wanted to be in there when Cassie took the stand. Everyone wanted to see her raise her right hand, swear an oath, and to get inside that courtroom. So there was a little tense moments from people either cutting in lines or people trying to get ahead as well. But as far as, from the family's perspective, I had mentioned yesterday that the daughters had walked out during Daniel Phillips' testimony. That wasn't the case today. Everyone stayed in court, stayed in place. They were listening to all the testimony that was going on today. And so for the most part, it just seems like
people walk out because they want to hear the smut. That's what they want.
Like, okay, this is day 2. A lot of people are just wanting to know more information. What are we going to be getting out of this case? Is this a criminal case, or is this, very much so possibly a domestic violence case, as the defense is trying to kind of paint it out. But as far as the mood inside that courtroom, it's very tense, I will say, mainly because a lot of people just have their eyes on this very important testimony from one of the biggest witnesses and one of the biggest players inside this case today.
Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for being our eyes and our ears about what's happening in that courtroom. No cameras, no audio equipment, but we got Elizabeth, and she does a fantastic job. Thank you so much. And I know you have to head back.
Let's get to what was said back in the courtroom. I don't need y'all to have that conversation. Boom. Boom. Okay, that's the one we just watched. Here we go.
Big ideas don't come easy.
And Melba, there's a cycle of violence that domestic violence experts often talk about too. I mean, Cassie Ventura has already testified that she was in love with him. So not only was there a business relationship, but it was a romantic relationship as well.
Yeah, and that's, of course, makes things much more complicated because usually you try to, in the best case circumstances, you want to keep your personal life and your professional life separate.
Conversation. I want to hear what's she talking about. Hold on. Let's see. This is the one we just
Disgusting sex acts, a wild scene.
What's the one? Let me go to watch history. What's the one we just watched? All their thumbnails look the same.
Court.
Boom.
You have to head back into court. Thanks, Elizabeth.
Okay, we got that. Okay, this is it.
Inside that courtroom, really just with the luck and a prayer and also a little connections, which always help.
girlfriend, Cassandra Ventura, who took the stand as the prosecution's star witness. For nearly 6 hours, she testified. And I'm going to tell you right now, what she testified to, based on what we were reading in that courtroom, it was something. It wasn't just alleged psychological torment, physical abuse, sexual exploitation at the hands of Sean Combs. Now, remember, she is coming in there, 8.5 months pregnant, coming in after the testimony of 2 other witnesses. There is a lot to get into. We are going to give you a comprehensive breakdown of every major moment from today's proceedings, because as you know, there are no cameras in that courtroom. There is no audio.
Who the fuck is Terry? Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is that guy? Huh? Drop pin. Drop trial, bitch. Run up. I'm easy to find. Just do it. We don't got to do all the work for you. And who the fuck is Terry? You don't got a face. You don't got a name. Shut the fuck. Put Terry in the fucking bag.
Put him in the fucking bag, Mike.
Terry, surprise me, bro. Just surprise me. You don't need a pin. Belmont Cragen, Chicago. Easy to find. I got a name. Say something. Run up. But y'all can put him in the bathroom. This guy's not saying. Idle threats? Come on. Catch me in traffic, bitch. Bring your mom with you. Right? But put Buddy in the boat. We don't even know who the fuck Terry. We ain't never had a problem with a Terry. That's just one of your alts, whoever the fuck you are. Just run up. Just run up. It's easy. Catch the right motherfucker. All right? Catch the right motherfucker. There he is. You still scared? Scared of what, bro? A faceless, nameless cuck? Fuck are you talking about? Run up, dog. They ain't made a pussy like you that I'm scared of. All right? Halston's video, Diddy is a nasty man. Yeah, I'm going to go through, I believe he went through the, that's what I was looking for, the, old girl from the Breakfast Club.
Of what happened. But
we're going to get there. I'm not in a hurry, bro. We chilling. Every now and then a Mama Richo comes in to make himself feel special. You know what'll make you feel special? Whoop my ass on camera, put it on the internet. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are we talking about? Let's begin. Chat finished work, but let chat to finish work while salutes. I'm sure they'll cover every detail. Let's see what they're talking about.
The next best thing. We got Long Crimes reporter Elizabeth Milner, who was inside that courtroom witnessing firsthand everything that happened today. Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming on. I know this has already been an exhausting day, particularly about what you heard in that courtroom. We will get to that. Before we even get into the testimony, real quick, is it just insane out there again? Are we seeing tons of people, reporters, spectators? Just tell us what the scene.
I did a scene. I was in a scene with Cassie in Empire. It was a club scene, big scene. I believe Forrest Whitaker was there. A bunch of Cassie was there. All she had to do was wink twice. I'd have saved her. All she had to do was tell me that something was wrong. And you know, we would have handled our business and we would have got it back. You know? I don't know what
looks like right now.
The scene honestly kind of mirrored day one, which was opening statements. You know, day two was really no different. A lot of people trying to get inside that courthouse, a lot of people trying to get inside that courtroom, especially for the big testimony.
Tell them, why should people join us on May 15th?
Well, if you're a person that is
that we were all expecting today, of course, that being Cassie Ventura taking the stand. And so it was a lot of people just trying to kind of weasel their way in through. I was able to get inside that courtroom really just with a luck and a prayer and also a little connections, which always helps in this case. But really, it's just madness over here at the courthouse. I mean, there's media campouts just extending across the block. A lot of public interest in this case as well, too, from people who just either want to get a glimpse of either Diddy, his family, just be inside that courtroom, just be inside the courthouse, even if they're in the overflow room and able to kind of watch the proceedings that way. But there's definitely a lot of interest in the case, and a family just be inside that.
It's unfortunate. Very unfortunate for his children. It's crazy though. This is the biological son of Kim Porter and Albie Shore. And Al says he's on a mission to take Diddy down. All right? Al's been very open about it. And this one here, this Diddy's. This one here,
A lot of public interest in this case as well, too, from people who just either want to get a glimpse of either Diddy, his family, just be inside that courtroom, just be inside the courthouse, even if they're in the overflow room and able to kind of watch the proceedings that way. But there's definitely a lot of interest in the case, and I don't expect that to die down even throughout this week.
No, and this was expected with Cassandra Ventura taking the stand. Now, before we get to her testimony, the day actually started with finishing up the testimony, the cross-examination of Daniel Phillip. That is that male escort, male performer, I should say, who began his testimony yesterday. Talked about how Diddy allegedly paid him to have sex with Cassandra Ventura, all while Diddy was not only watching but recording. And this happened to have, apparently happened several times. Again, Combs is charged with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. So we're talking about coerced sexual performances. Key witness here. Elizabeth, what came out of cross-examination today of this witness?
Well, the cross-examination was continued by Xavier Donaldson, and it was interesting to kind of see him in action even yesterday as well as today, because he's a little feisty when it came to this particular witness. He was essentially questioning him on, returning to the Gramercy Park Hotel. Why was Diddy sitting in the corner? Why did he notice that specifically? He was asked about what was going on while he and Cassie were having sex. Donaldson asked, did Cassie take the lead? He says, he being Daniel Phillip, said they both did their thing. He was asked, was Cassie drunk? Daniel Phillip responded no. Was Cassie high? Daniel Phillip responded no. Did Cassie pay him or pay for a hotel? Daniel Phillip responded saying he just didn't know. They were talking about the alleged assault that had happened at Cassie's apartment, something that Cassie herself had even testified about as well too. And so essentially, they were talking about the alleged assault that had happened at Cassie's apartment, something that Cassie herself had even testified about as well too. And so essentially a lot of these questions back and forth were just pretty much to kind of get clarity. There were some points in the cross-examination I was kind of like, where is this going? But maybe from the defense's perspective, they were essentially trying to make that argument that Cassie she was coherent. She wasn't under the influence of any type of drugs or alcohol.
Maybe the only type of influence of a rug she was under was fame. Just maybe. I don't know. That's just me saying it. She got the fame. She just didn't get to put out all the albums she wanted. Salute JP. Think like Kingpin, Batman. Prayers and blessings to you and the entire family, especially the wives. Ricky Bobby. Okay, that's personal. Shout out to Pooh on the check-in. Salutes. Shout out Ricky Bobby. I feel this happens with the rich so much because once all the money problems are solved and the world turns into being a yes man, this creep shit is all they have left to get a rush from. And man, go get on a fucking spaceship with Gail and the rest of these bitches and do something. Do something. You know what I mean? Oh, money doesn't solve your problems. Money doesn't. Listen, their character is their character. He was gonna be a douchebag, paid or busted. Again, once he receives everything and wants the unattainable, then you're right. That's the monster. It's the last unattainable thing once money solves every problem. But what unattainable thing was he looking for? He attained it. His girl was sitting around doing what she says he wanted her to do, right? She said he got a kick out of seeing her with other dudes. Sound like she was in. It wasn't unattainable. It ain't crazy. To me, this feels like the Phil Spector situation, right? Probably not as big and not as brutal. Phil Spector took somebody's life. They're trying to piece together some... That's like trying to... I feel like they're trying to go roundabout. Imagine if they try to take Diddy's case and try to somehow connect it to the cartel and to terrorism. That's how I feel about this. Like, it's a fucking convoluted situation. You know what I mean? So, I don't know, man. Sounding crazy so far.
When these freak-offs were occurring, or when these encounters were occurring, I should say. What was interesting about Daniel Phillip when he had actually
And I love how they always say freak. This is how I know that they're pimping the word. They say freak off, and then they say, or this, or that, I should say. Nah, bitch, you should have said it first. You know what I'm saying? Jesse did the same shit. He did the same shit. They go with freak off first, then they qualify it with something else. This is all circle jerkery. This is all circle jerkery. That's why I can't talk to these trolls. They're not thinking on the level of nuance and the level of levels that these motherfuckers is working on out here. The media, all of this shit. Those dudes just talking. Nah, this is real trolling right here. This is real manipulation. I'm at the illegal side of it all. Also, if he was broke, he still would have did it, but his reach wouldn't have been as far and as many lives ruined. But that's my thing, though, Ricky Bobby. How many lives? Right? And what illegal side are we talking about? What lives are we talking about? We talking about Tupac and Big? Because that's a separate thing for me. My thing is, how many lives are we putting on him? What, Cassie and somebody else? She's living. She's living. The lady that Phil Spector smoked, she not living. You know? She not living. So I don't know. But I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, yes, that all makes sense. But in this case, it's like, what are we doing here? I was waiting for them to smash him and have all the evidence they needed. They don't sound like they got shit. They got her. That's what they got. They got her.
Into the courtroom, something that a lot of us in the press kind of noticed is he walked inside with his sunglasses on, which, you know, for the most part, we haven't seen many witnesses do that. I mean, only 3 have taken the stand so far, but it was definitely an interesting moment. I mean, you know, earlier this morning, it wasn't raining just yet, but, you know, it wasn't exactly sunny too. So we were kind of like,
que cabezón. Look what they did. Look at his head. What the fuck? It's kind of shaped exactly like that, but it's weird to see here, you know? I'm surprised they ain't just, and unfortunately, it's the end of era once these court reporters are replaced with AI.
Wearing sunglasses, and even when he got off the witness.
Court reporters that paint that draw these sketches.
Stand, he put the sunglasses right back on, and just walked out of the courtroom. But another interesting point, Jesse, that they were kind of talking about today was talking about an incident, or not even an incident per se, but talking about a moment in December of 2023. And this is when Xavier Donaldson brought up Daniel's friend named Malia. And essentially, they were questioned, or Daniel Phillip was questioned about when he saw Cassie outside of the Dream Hotel here in downtown New York City. Apparently, Daniel Phillip had told this friend Malia about his relationship, and I put that in quotations even here in my notes, about his relationship with Cassie. Said that Cassie asked to call him later on to meet her. The defense says it was for another experience, and Phillip said, no, that wasn't necessarily the case. The defense said, so Cassie called for a one-on-one after she wasn't with Diddy any longer. And so then another interesting after later on to meet her relationship with Cassie City. Apparently Daniel Phillip had told that they were questioned, or Daniel Phillip was questioned about when he saw Cassie outside of the Dream Hotel here in downtown New York City. Apparently Daniel Phillip had told this friend Malia about his relationship, and I put that in quotations even here in my notes, about his relationship with Cassie. Said that Cassie asked to call him later on to meet her. The defense says it was for another experience, and Phillip said, no, that wasn't necessarily the case. The defense said, so Cassie called for a one-on-one after she wasn't with Diddy any longer. And so then another interesting point that was brought up.
Fuck. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. How I get 10,000 subs muting myself all the fucking time? What? Also said, what I missed. What you missed? You missed a troll came in here and told me, drop location. Some motherfucker named Terry. I don't remember no Terry. Drop the location. Drop the pin. I told him to drop his drawers and bring his mother. I told him not hard to find. You already know. Did I hit on the shots? You hit on one double shot and water. Thank you for keeping me hydrated while I'm dealing with pieces of shit and trolls and shit. You know what I mean? Salutes for keeping me hydrated. Yeah, you heard that, Deb Heiser. Another experience. That's what I was saying, all right? What I was saying was this. What was the answer? When they were asking the guy, the freak-off guy, why did she reach out to you? Was it for some more freak-off? He said no. And then the defense said, oh, so it was just for a personal, another experience, one-on-one experience. So she was having one-on-one experiences. Miss me with the bullshit. She was having fun. She was young. She was fucking. You know what I mean? Everybody did it. Play all the fucking innocent role that you want to. Right? So that's strange that was said right there. Let me see. I'm back. What I missed? Did I hit the shot? Yeah, you hit a shot and you hit a water. Right? Kept me hydrated. I apparently missed the bar opening for everyone while on the phone for an appointment. My dude, I'd rather you be on the phone for the appointment than waiting for that fucking wheel. That do be facts, though. Shy ain't hard to find. The easiest sitting duck. That do be facts, though. Shy ain't hard to find. You might catch me on the flyer and get an address of where I'm going to be. You might catch me in traffic. I might walk up on you if I knew what you look like and, you know, what your name is, what you sound like. But same old G. That's it. Same old shit. That is correct. Also, one shot, one agua. You see? So that I got my faculties about me. Still good. Right? About to drop I believe the third. About to drop the third shot on that. But see, we did it today respectfully. Everybody got there. JP, you were here you weren't here to catch the example of how it should go. All right? I got 3 spins that I owed 298. Knocked those down. I didn't get hit on one of them. Then I opened it up. Velez. Oh, so everybody played by the rules, which allowed me to get a decent number of drinks in, which allows me to open up the bar again if possible. I'm just saying. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going to, what you think, JP? I'm going to tell you in advance with mad fucking notice that I'm going to do something, or I'm going to just do it. Huh? I was spinning the wheel 3 times for him. And then I said, hey, I'm going into opening up the wheel right now. Now, if you weren't here, I'm sorry. But what you thought and, you know, what happens, you don't get I don't have to send a memo out about when I'm going to do something. So the fact that you didn't think we were opening the bar is ideal. What the fuck are you talking about? Salutes. Jonathan, health comes first. Health, then wealth. Yes, facts. Shout out Vernon Himes. Congratulations on the 10K. Thumbs up, checking in. 100. Salutes Vernon Himes. We appreciate you. Thank you for your help, sir. All right. JP mad right now. I didn't think you wasn't supposed to think. I didn't give nobody the heads up. Get in where you fit in. You'll be all right. So that was strange. Did she hook up? If she was hooking up with these dudes on her own, that's a whole different story right there. End the story.
Up was just that Daniel Phillip had met with federal.
JP said, "Shy, I respect my friend. Salutes. You have to, because it's logical. It makes sense." Ricky Bobby, hold on. Let me go back to Ricky Bobby's up here. I missed that. No, the drug and party side. But I get what you mean, Shy, and I think everything he's accused of, not just this aspect. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, shout out Shannon. Kim Porter's unaliving was sus. Yeah. But there's nobody guilty there yet. Yeah, I just feel like they're blowing it up. Let's see. Ricky Bobby said, technically wasn't him throwing the freak offs was illegal. Technically wasn't him throwing the freak offs was illegal. It's illegal to facilitate a spouse cheating. That's why Craigslist had to stop. Or is that only online? Bro, to me, what is the difference if I take my chick to a club and she picks out a chick to bring home with us? Did we facilitate her? Or did we pay for her? Or did we go out and we hooked up with a chick and we went and we minded our fucking business? Now, I don't know how illegal freak-offs were. Freak-offs to me don't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, people's personal space and time exists. She sounded like she was down. But wasn't him throwing the freak-offs illegal? I mean, what's the law? Is there a freak-off law? Tell me. It's illegal to facilitate a spouse cheating. It's illegal to... Is that a thing? I don't know nothing about that. So if the spouse asks for it, if the other spouse is a cuck, so they don't have the right to that, I don't understand that part. That's now you meddling in people's bedrooms. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. I don't know. You tell me. You probably know about more about that because I never heard of that. It's illegal to facilitate a spouse cheating. It's probably illegal to try to divorce her on those terms afterwards.
Prosecutors in March of just this year, so just a couple months back, and they were talking about essentially kind of what one thing I kind of remember from Daniel Phillips' testimony is just kind of the way he would talk about Cassie per se. Like, for example, yesterday he had said that Cassie was one of the most beautiful women that he had ever seen. He had also said had Cassie given him a chance that he would absolutely date her. So it seems like he kind of had more on his end, more of a platonic feeling towards Cassie, especially kind of in that need to kind of protect her. So, Philip said that, Daniel Phillip, said that he wasn't necessarily jealous seeing Diddy have sex with Cassie, but he had allegedly told federal prosecutors that he was in October 7th of 2024, and this is where a sidebar had happened. And so after the sidebar...
Hey guys, I just found an amazing...
Now the cucks is all in their feelings, man. I hate humans, man. Humans
digital marketing expert on Fiverr.
Man, you there to do what you do and kick rocks, man. Now you got feelings, you friend zoned by the fucking freak off chick. Come on, man.
Bar was over, Daniel Phillip was questioned again, would he feel jealous because he had liked Cassie romantically, and so Daniel Phillip said he didn't recall saying that to prosecutors. And so when the redirect happened, Maureen Comey just really kind of had to redirect all of the cross-examination, all of the back and forth, kind of back to a focus. So she asked, about Diddy directing and why that wasn't brought up necessarily. Said that Diddy had directed Cassie to give him, oral, rub baby oil on him. They were asked, Daniel Phillip was asked about money, given more money for sex, $3,800 more than he would be if he were to come over to dance, or for time, I should say. He said he was paid anywhere between $700 to $5,000, $6,000 just for sex, and then essentially he was paid $0 and 0 cents if he didn't have sex with Cassie or in the room with Diddy. And so,
See, that's my question. In what circumstance would you be there and it not go down? That you end up with no money. Now, I get it. There's a prosti angle to this right here, right? I don't know why. Here was what I was going to say. I don't know why they sitting around paying for it when I'm sure they could pull it, right? But what they're paying for is for you to leave, and they're paying for you to be discreet. But you're already emotional, and you wish you could have a relationship with her. And if you're showing up and nothing happened and you getting no money, then that relationship is not really transactional. We just throw you some bread if you smack his girl's cheeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. This shit is... I'm trying to find their angle that makes sense, and it's not making sense. Shout out to Ricky Bobby said, no, they mean a third party setting it up. That's why Craigslist got shut down. Okay. Now I'm with you. Now we're on the same page. Yeah, I don't get it. Shout out Deb, going to dinner with the fam. Salutes, buen provecho. At least it's what I thought. I remember, but I'm driving right now. Can't fact check. No worries. I'm just saying, like, sounds like a bunch of consensual shit. I think he has a video of them not knowing about it, though. I think he was... I don't know what the fuck you're saying, Vernon. Not sure if that's legal or not. All kinds of crazy going on. Yeah, they'll probably question if it's admissible in court, depending on how he got the video. Shot, CNN being considered liberal said that this more of a DV on steroids than a RICO. Definitely not a RICO. And if anything, she in the RICO for coercion and being in the organization, but she cooperating. Facts. Facts. I agree with that. And this ain't no RICO, again, unless she's in on it. Because where is he at? Shout out Shannon. Watching you try to find the words is funny. It's because I have to, and I've ruined it already. I've already said a whole bunch of the wrong words, but I have to fucking talk in code on this red platform. But it does seem like a domestic violence case, and it seems, I mean, again, I haven't heard all of it yet. Let's get through this testimony.
During the
it just feels like reaching to me.
Direct. Daniel Phillips said Cassie normally didn't respond to his text messages, but then there was a point that, after Diddy had beat Cassie, that Diddy was actually trying to get Cassie to continue to perform sexually with Daniel Phillip, and said that Daniel couldn't get an erection after kind of hearing the slaps going on.
That's probably a situation when he's not getting paid and then smash nothing.
In a nearby room. He said he essentially just wanted to hug her because he could tell that she was shaking and that she was afraid, and that pretty much reaffirmed that Diddy beat Cassie essentially, and even called her the B word. And so then they were talking under the recross. He was asked again about, text messages that he said he didn't receive responses to.
And it feels like they couldn't, since that tape and the statute of limitations was up, the video of them in the hallway, feels like since they couldn't get that DV, they wrapped it up in a RICO to try to bring that back. But all they had was evidence of DV. That's it. Do you have to edit out the reporter's words? Most of the time, yeah. It depends. If they give me a harder time, then I have to go that next layer. I try to edit myself. I try to edit, whoever else is on the show, and then I try to pay attention to what's happening here. And if I can edit it, cool. If it's a lot, I'll see if I can get it by. If I can get it by, I do. If not, just like yesterday, I have to go. I had to edit out the stuff that the video he was watching was saying. So at least he wasn't asking to get shit on. Evidently, she was asking to get, the golden shower. Even the Craigslist thing was people posting their own ads to meet up. Craigslist was just a public forum instead of a bar. Facts.
And then some of the exhibits were showing that, Cassie had responded very casually to some of those messages. So some of those were pretty much the big takeaways from Daniel Phillips' recross, redirect, recross. And so, and then that essentially wrapped him up as a witness. He was off the stand probably within an hour of when court had began, and he put on his...
Did he say he had nice little conversations and text messages? Did she say?
Pretty much reaffirmed that Diddy beat Cassie essentially, and even called her the B word. And so then they were talking under the recross. He was asked again about, text messages that he said he didn't receive responses to, and then some of the exhibits were showing that, Cassie had responded very casually to some of those messages. So some of those were pretty much the big takeaways from Daniel Phillips' recross, redirect, recross. And so, and then that essentially wrapped him up as a witness. He was off the stand probably within an hour of when court had began, and he put on his shades and just walked out of the courtroom. It seemed like Diddy was kind of, obviously he was listening at every single witness who had taken the stand thus far in this case, but definitely Diddy had his eyes on Daniel Phillip, was paying very close attention to...
Don't upload your videos to YouTube, upload to Restream, where we will live stream it to you.
What he said, again, participating very much so in his defense by jotting notes down, handing them off to his attorney, listening to Xavier Donaldson do the cross-examination and even the recross as well, too. And so definitely Diddy's eyes were very laser focused on this witness and the following witness, too, who we all know to be Cassie Ventura.
Yeah, it seems to me the defense was really trying to hone in the fact, well, who paid you, what, $700, $6,000 an episode?
Well, look at this motherfucker. He's like, this is my next album cover. The album is called The law of love. Shout out Shannon. I thought maybe not, being that it was a little different. Nah, like, so I do it in layers. So I'll do me. I'll edit my cusses, words, and then if that gets demonetized, then I gotta go as deep to, get the reporter's words. Then I gotta do that too. Shout out Thinking Like Kingpin, salutes.
It was Cassandra Ventura. She was the one in control. She was the one who was enjoying this. She was a partner in what was going on and not a victim. That there was this text message, I think, that was sent to you that you told them both that you loved them.
Yet.
So it wasn't...
Shout out JP. I don't even want to know you. I didn't even get there yet.
Anything nefarious that was going on, that she was being forced into this criminal sexual arrangement, but she was a willing participant, and it just might be a kinky, sexy episode, but not a crime. So I kind of understand where the defense was going by ultimately cross-examining him. But now we got to talk about Cassandra Ventura. So before we even get into the substance of what she had to say, and there is a lot to get there, she walks in, okay? Tell us what the environment was like with her walking in, and how did she appear, and did she ever look at Sean Combs, either when she got on the stand, during her testimony? Did he ever look at her?
He asks her that every time she comes out the courtroom.
Paint the picture of what that was like before we even get into the substance of what she had to say.
Yeah, it was definitely a moment a lot of us were kind of expecting. We were all thinking it was going to be like a pin drop moment, but really it kind of happened within the blink of an eye of her coming in to the courtroom. So essentially, she walks inside the courtroom. She's wearing a long brown dress. She is very, very visibly pregnant, to a point where I thought, oh my goodness, just stand by, everyone. It was, that was very apparent. That was very obvious. So she kind of walked in. It's not like she was smiling necessarily or looking at familiar faces that she may have known in her past, i.e. Diddy's family, and waving at them. That was not the case at all. She kept laser focused. She walked just straight to the witness stand. She had kind of escorts take her over there, but she didn't look in Diddy's direction from what I could see. I didn't see her once kind of look over or give him an eye or a look or anything like that. She just walked immediately to the witness stand. She raised her right hand. She swore the oath to testify, and even for the duration of the the duration of her testimony today, for the most part, I didn't even catch her glimpsing at the defense table. For the most part, she kept laser focused on Emily Johnson as Emily Johnson was asking her questions. Probably the only people outside of Emily Johnson and possibly even her husband that she was eyeing in the courtroom was probably little moments at the jury, when they had came in back from their breaks or a quick bathroom break and that type of sort, and it was just a very kind of faint smile, and so for the most part, from what I could see of her, it didn't seem like she kind of paid Diddy any type of mind. But you can only guess how she's feeling being inside that courtroom. Us as reporters, we're all jotting down these notes. Diddy's family's inside that courtroom listening to all of this testimony. Then you have Cassie's side of the family, who's inside that courtroom as well. That even including her husband Alex, as well as her brother. I believe her mother was inside that courtroom as well too, as well as Cassie's attorney Doug Wigder. So for the most part, I didn't see her, even when she had exited the courtroom, even looking at the defense's side or anything like that. And so she was there to do what she had needed to do, and that was to testify. To me, I wasn't catching that she was there really for a reunion or any type of sorts. But it's interesting because, according to the defense, the last time Diddy and Cassie were in a room together or in the same vicinity as each other was Kim Porter's memorial back in 2018. That's what the defense said in their opening statement yesterday. And so, this was a moment that I'm sure she had waited for a long time, probably didn't want to be very close to giving birth or anything like that while she's taking the stand. But, it's been a long time since Diddy and Cassie were in the same room with each other, let alone the same vicinity as each other.
Right. So when she started testifying, my understanding, explained that when she first met Sean Combs and began a romantic relationship with him, it was good at first, right? I mean, talk to us about the beginning of the relationship and how she described him, because I think that's...
Yeah, it was good. I mean, she was the side chick. There was no pressure. She got to make records.
Important in order to understand the context, and also maybe a potential potentially to be used by the prosecution and potential win for the defense.
Yeah, so, the questioning was done by Emily Johnson. One of the first few questions that Emily Johnson had asked Cassie was, how old are you? So Cassie is now 38 years old. So I say that just in the context of when she met Diddy. She met Diddy around 2005. That was 20 years ago. The prosecution and even the defense had said that she was just 19 years old when she had met Diddy. She had said she had signed with Bad Boy in 2006, and she had signed actually a 10-album deal. She said she knew Diddy and remembered him. Well, I say Diddy, but she referred to him as Sean throughout her entire testimony. But she knew who she calls Sean as somebody who was larger than life, but didn't necessarily know too much about him personally. So, the prosecution was asking, when did she release her album? That was in August of 2006. But then, surprisingly, no more albums came after that. Remember, she signed a 10-album deal, yet it was only one album that was released, as well as a mixtape too. But she said, after she had signed with Bad Boy, their relationship was pretty platonic, and this is when we, in the gallery, as well as the jurors too, were shown photos of her and Sean together. Another photo from the 2006.
I mean, for all of that, wanting that glory and wanting that fame, you did one album and there was nothing after that, so it was safe to say you weren't getting what you wanted anyway. You was just holding on. Ricky Bobby, he ain't get shit on, but he was asking to have nuts rubbed on him. Fuck. Think like Kimpin, I hope as an Ill Avenger you brought at least a spin, unlike your brother Robin. He ain't got to buy no spin. The boy donate big around here. Salutes. Salutes to him. You don't have to do that. Shout out Raven Jefferson. Hey, bro and family. Salutes Raven Jefferson. I appreciate you. We made it through 10K, and now I'm lit. All right? I'm on my third shot. Oh, shit. We got another one. My name is Public Knowledge, dickhead. Her hubby looked pissed. Back in this bitch. Did you take the shots yet? 3 of them. I got the 4th one in front of me. And then I owe 1. Jordan Alvarez. You want to call me by my government name? So what? That make you special, Jordan Alvarez? Huh? My name is in credits of films, TV shows, dickhead. You guys are just weak. Same guy, just so fucking weak. 10-album deal is crazy. Diddy, that nigga Diddy guilty. Guilty of what though? 298 of what? Shout out HG on the check-in. Jordan, speak for yourself. Hurry up, puta. No hay amor como el amor de una madre. There isn't love like the love of a mother. That being said, her moms and husband definitely hearing and seeing a lot. And she better have came clean with that shit first. Or else she's in there. Oh, okay, my bad, Jordan Alvarez. I took that as a, You're a supporter? Okay. So then how do you know my government? You know what I mean? Salutes, Jordan Alvarez. Do you know me, though, personally? Maybe. All right. Sorry, though. We put motherfuckers in the back.
Put me in a fucking bed, you might.
There was a motherfucker in here earlier talking slick. That was 3 shots ago. This is my 4th one. So I'm kind of quick with the shits right now. There you go. CJP? I told you. Shout out Think Like a Kingpin for the $49.99 super chat. God bless to all. I love you, Viv. Salutes to you, sir. I appreciate you. Thank you for the dono. Thank you for the support, for helping us get to 10K. Jordan Alvarez said, wow, relax, Jordan. I apologize. I take it back, unless you're an asshole. But you say you're a supporter, I'm going to take your word for it. All right? But don't wow me. Relax. You got to relax. All right, let's get it. What you drinking on? Good show. I found on recommendations. Salutes to you, Jordan. I appreciate you. See, I came at you hot. But maybe you playing me, but maybe you not. Salutes. Shout out Raven Jefferson. Best YouTube channel on 100. 100's up in the chat for y'all. Free the wives. Hold on. 100's up in the chat for y'all. Free the wives. Hashtag free the wives. All right. And God bless to all. I love you, Viv. Salutes to Think Like a Kingpin. And let me go in here and give some hundreds up to P. Bow. Hundreds up. Salutes. All right, bow. Raven Jefferson. No, the clowns was out here. Pero lo cagaron. All right. Back to the fuckery.
BET Awards with Cassie, Kim Porter, Sean Combs, and then another friend, all just kind of posing together on what looked like to be a red carpet. She was asked about Kim Porter specifically because at this time, Kim Porter and Diddy were still technically in a relationship. They were obviously co-parenting together because they had kids together at this point. And so when asked about Kim Porter, Cassie referred to her as Diddy's or Sean Combs' ex, as well as the mother of his children. She said, you know, even after signing with Bad Boy. And
how tall is Diddy? How tall is the twins? Twins look tall. Twins, why you wearing pandas, y'all? Super rich. God bless you too. Now, did you spin the wheel as an ill Avenger? Did you pull off a Robin? Nah, he ain't have to spin the wheel, bro. Why you strong arming niggas? Bro, all these rat haters. I wonder if they would do something about it. They just talking about. I mean, they ain't done nothing about it yet, and I'm pretty sure every person that has ever said some slick shit about somebody on the internet, even in that rat capacity, hasn't done nothing about pest control. So I don't know what the fuck they talking about. Miss me with the bullshit. Oh, Raven, we've had a couple of them in here today. A couple of them in here, can't explain the word soul to them. They don't know how to spell it. They don't get it. When I say I didn't have to sell my soul for 10K means I had to do no goofy shit. They're like, who would sell their soul for 10K subscribers? Come on, man. Y'all motherfuckers is a bitch slap. That's what you worth. Nothing. Right? That's why sometimes new people come in here and, come in hot and I warn them about the fucking bathroom. We'll put you in the fucking
Put him in the fucking bathroom.
We're not here for that shit. We send your ass to the
upper room. Stuff like that she had seen Sean a number of times, or a few times at the clubs. They were shown, the jury was shown another photo of a potential witness, that being Carrie Morgan, who was Cassie's best friend around that time frame. Diddy, Cassie, and then another friend on the couch. And this was pretty important.
That's our question, Jordan Alvarez. How the fuck is it a RICO if it's just him as the only defendant? Because, I don't know, who was it, JP or Velez? Somebody said she's the other defendant, but she's talking. You know what I'm saying? Also said a couple. It's the same fuckboy. Same fuckboy. So Eddie Gonzalez is the same Terry guy, you think? Who's the same as the John Jones guy? Oh, man, we need better trolls, man. Look, I got him. Keyboard warriors. Like, dog, it's easy to see me outside and then slap me, dog. Slap me and put it on the internet. Now, I'm not putting out a bounty on me or nothing. I'm just saying, shut the fuck up in my chat. Like, we doing a show here. I missed the action in here. Salute HG. You know there's always something popping in here. Like I said before, I wasn't scared of C or M. Why I'm going to have... I wasn't scared of Chopper on my why I'm going to give a shit about a little nigga. Or little ninja. Salutes. Listen, bro. Motherfucker be like, Shy, drop location. Like, bitch. You know how easy I am to find? Stop. You really don't want location. You ain't looking for it. You jump in the chat every now and then, make you feel good. You get out when I put you in the fucking bathroom, right? And you can't talk no more. You don't spend the $2 for a power chat and talk your shit. You know, you go and you sulk by yourself because you look in the mirror. You're like, yeah, I told him. Who told him? Who the fuck is Terry? Who the fuck is Eddie Gonzalez? A dude obsessed with somebody else. Obsessed though. We moved on and shit. We talked about mad other shit since then. So hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Motherfuckers is weird. You have a big baby in a cannon who was telling himself for less. Man, motherfuckers. I had to stop covering that story. It was so stupid. I'm a witness. Nothing but hard work you've been putting in over here. Salutes to you, Raven. I appreciate you. Shout out Molly Ma. It's a video of Ovidio's family entering the United States. They deep as fuck, right? They deep as fuck. They super deep. They out there bad. We are, I don't know, we're harboring terrorists? No, they're not terrorists. They didn't have no, oh, okay. Bro, congratulations to the success. More is coming. I appreciate you. Think like a kingpin. Thank you, sir. I just keep working. That's it. I don't concern myself with the rest of it. Just get after it. All right, salutes. Now, y'all are going to be upset, but ain't going to be no more shots in the next wheel. We done blew it out. Right? And the other bottle that I got, not a cheap one. Not a cheap one. So, it's going to either become double beers or bong rips or some shit like that. I don't know. We'll see. All right, we hanging out. Let's get it.
And this was from her 20.
And that's because I'm chilling today. We hit 10K, we chilling. Well, everybody else has already turned on Diddy. So, you know, the rug dealer, his staff, Mary J. Blige, Faith Evans, Usher, Jay-Z, all his friends that knew participated in this. You see what 50 did today. 50 put up a video of Puffy, a compilation video of Puffy and Jay. It was like, yo, what's up? Where your boy at, huh? Where's Jay? That's why I knew that call was fake when I heard that fake-ass phone call. Jay's just trying to fall into the background. Shut up. Fake-ass shit. Diddy ain't talking on no phone like that. That ain't happening. Sky's the limit. Always has been, always will be. All right, salutes. Has anybody heard from...
Oye, y el Rocha. Y el Rocha. Bueno, y el Rocha.
We ain't seen sight of that motherfucker since they tried to throw a couch through the wall of his office. I'm just saying. Is that guy still alive? Where's that guy at, man? Huh? I ain't heard a peep. I ain't heard a motherfucking peep. Oh, we got it. Get to open the bar. What you mean? You telling me to spin the wheel? I got one more shot I gotta get off. Let me see. Boom.
First birthday, and so this was something that was definitely talked about while the prosecution was kind of establishing the foundation between Sean Combs and Cassie. And so during this birthday trip this weekend, that Diddy had actually kissed her in the bath.
Oh, wait. I gotta go back to that. El Rocha left Sinaloa. He ghost. You think so? Y el Rocha.
Oye, y el Rocha. Y el Rocha.
Bien pendejo. Bueno, y el Rocha. Bien pendejo el Rocha. They tried to put a whole couch through his wall. Where's that motherfucker at? All right. Hey, we haven't had that ticking sound in the mic since we got the stand for this for the phone over here. So that's been working out, keeping the phone away from the mic. We learned things over this last couple of years. All right? We've learned things. All right? We have learned. Yeah, you haven't either. Nobody has. That motherfucker's missing. He gone.
Bathroom, and that's pretty important because at the time they weren't romantically involved. At this time, Diddy essentially just was an executive at the record label that she had worked at.
Hold on.
Was kind of establishing the found. So this was something that was definitely talked about while the prosecution was kind of establishing the foundation between Sean Combs and Cassie. And so during this birthday trip this weekend, that Diddy had actually kissed her in the bathroom, and that's pretty important because at the time they weren't romantically involved. At this time, Diddy essentially just was an executive at the record label that she had worked at, obviously that being the one he had founded, being Bad Boy Records. And so she said after he had kissed her, it was actually kind of confusing. She said she was pretty young because, again, at that time she was just 21 years old. She said she was a new artist who didn't really know the lay of the land, and she said that she was pretty naive around that time. And she said even after the kiss that she had ran out of the bathroom. And so after the two had kissed on her 21st birthday, they had seen each other a couple of times afterwards, and then even went to visit Sean Combs at the...
I do not take away the fact that she was young Everybody does things when they're young. In her situation, it was on a higher level as far as money, fame, exposure, all of that shit. But we do what we do. Like, we did what we did. So what are we talking about here?
Trump Hotel after she was invited by him specifically. She said that, for the most part, Diddy called all the shots of her music career. So when she went over to the hotel, she really thought she was going to be talking about music, talking about, her recordings and that sort. So she said she was nervous to visit Diddy at the hotels, but just was essentially excited to talk about her career and where everything was going. But then, that's not what happened in this hotel visit. She said essentially that she was introduced to the concept of oral sex while at this hotel. She said that, Sean Combs had given her oral and that
she was introduced to the concept, huh? Shout out Jordan Alvarez. Diddy just freaky. Nothing more. It's just a huge cash grab. Listen, at the beginning of this, I said, if anybody guilty of this shit, it's Buddy, right? And they were like, oh, this evidence. So many hard drives. So many secret cameras. They said, yo, we're going to take a tank up to the crib in Cali. Right? A tank. And what they come up with, Jordan? They came up with fucking baby oil. That's what we've been talking about, baby oil. What? Baby oil, the cereal scratched off a hammer, which I think is the only solid thing they got on him. And that can end up in anybody's hands. I ain't heard it yet. I just heard a super freak. That he about to retire some folks. In what sense? He gonna talk on their ass? No, I don't see it. Not yet. Salutes Raven. I appreciate you. Did he pull the Harvey Weinstein and then some? I saw a very uncomfortable Weinstein video of a young lady that should have punched him in his fucking old face. And I understand what those lames look like. And the parents were just sending her back to him. Who? Cassie's parents? Cassie was on her own shit as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, the tank and stuff was crazy. You were right. It's bullshit. Both of these motherfuckers freaky for real. Both of them. With an F. B-O-F-E. Hit the like button. Shout out Panda Vinci on the check-in. I was out the country and I'm finally able to catch y'all live. Salutes. Welcome back. And thank you for being here. We crossed 10K today. We're a bunch of happy campers and I'm 4 shots in. So, salutes. All right, salutes to all the donators, the members, the usual suspects, the wheel spinners, all of the above. All right, we at 10,005. All right, we 5 closer to 100K. The hammer is the only real evidence, and he should have the time served on that. Yeah, that hammer is it. That's all I've heard that say, oh, you going to jail, motherfucker. You got a hammer with the cereal scratched off, you going to jail. That's it. That's the only thing I've heard. And again, if he was, mind you, I'm not saying he's a nice guy. He's a dickhead. Piece of shit. Insecure, empty, all that shit. But this some railroad shit.
It made her, that he kind of made her feel crazy for not reciprocating that. And so she didn't do that because she said she was in a relationship at the time with somebody else. She said she felt sneaky, but she essentially just wanted to be around him because he was exciting, he was entertaining. And she said that, it made her feel kind of special because not everybody was getting that time with Sean Combs. And even just think about that time frame.
She was smitten. Ladies, were y'all ever smitten at 21 years old? Probably not by a billionaire, music mogul, but you're smitten, right? Sometimes smitten people, make bad decisions. Shout out to Nane. Time served is crazy. Well, I mean, how long he been in there? Almost a year? The raid was, her lawsuit, she said, was 2 years ago. So, yeah, probably a little less than time served, but You get the point. Cassie parents, yeah, she was with it until she fell in love with the trainer. The trainer was, we're going to see about the trainer. I want to see what she told the trainer, because he probably was like, oh, girl, you was abused. Like, yeah, she was abused, getting smacked up, but what about this other shit that she was with? I don't know. You think Diddy gonna get some jail time when it's all said and done? They spent a lot of money. The United States government spent a lot of money, and to me, it's ridiculous that they spent all that money on baby oil. Where the fuck are the hard drives? Why aren't we comparing him to the Epstein of fucking hip hop? Where's that at? I don't know, man. I don't know. Will he serve some time? They're gonna get him for some. If nothing else, they're gonna try to smash him for the hammer. I don't know. Salutes to you, Jordan Alvarez. I appreciate you for being a contributing person in the chat. My apologies for coming in hot. I had just had to handle a troll a little bit earlier. Shout out Upper Echelon on the check-in. Always a day late and a dollar short. All right, your boys was in here talking shit to me when you could have handled that business. You know what I mean? Salutes. Shout out Vicente on the check-in. Congrats on 10K, Shy. It's well deserved. Salutes to you, bro. I appreciate your help. Thank you for being part of it. You know what I mean? Salutes. Raven Jefferson, I feel like he got some serious domestic violence he's looking at other than the hammer, especially if she has evidence. The domestic violence. They wrapped it all up into a RICO case, JP. So my question is, the domestic violence, is that shit even going to hold as far as a RICO? Why didn't you bring it as a domestic violence case? Because there was because the statute of limitations was passed, right? So it's just weird. This shit is weird. I'm a little lit at this point. That's all they got, Jordan. Baby oil. Shout out Upper Echelon. Congratulations on the 10K. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you for your time, your effort, and helping us reach that milestone. Salutes. Like I told the cocksucker that was in here earlier, I didn't sell my soul to do it. I didn't have to do no funny shit, right? So I'll take that 10K. It's small in the eyes of others, but it's a hard-earned 10K, and it's a real 10K, so salutes. Wait, guys, it's going to come. Salutes. Man, if Kane in jail, ain't no way Diddy should be free. I give a damn what they say. Yeah, but 298, you can say that, but we supposed to be going by a book, right? We got to go by the fucking book. We got to go by the book. If they can't prove none of that shit, then let him the fuck out of jail. Try again another day. You know what I mean? Now, where is this piece of shit Young Miami? I ain't heard a peep about her name in recent times. The feds have a 97% conviction rate, and I saw them let Irv Gotti and Chris Gotti go. Anything's possible. Batman was in here talking shit? Nah, he wasn't talking shit. Not today. What up, twin? Jay and Pete in the building. Salutes. Nah, he wasn't talking shit. You weren't on here today. He ain't had nothing to talk shit about. He enjoyed the show today. You know what I'm saying? He quality control for you. He ain't fucking with me. Let's get it. I got to pour the last shot because I want to drink this last sip of beer right here.
Puffy, this was Puff Daddy, this was Diddy, you know, this was somebody who was a big name. And so from her perspective, I can kind of see a little bit why she was a little excited to kind of go over there.
Oh, you can see why? Oh, I'm glad you can see why. The fuck are we talking about here? I wonder how many other ex-girls are thinking I went through the same shit. Yeah, but why they ain't saying nothing then? Now this was their shot. I don't know that they're going to get another one. Why not say it then? We could put as many bodies on him as we want to. They got to talk.
Again, under the guise that she was going to be talking about music, and that's not essentially what had happened. And then the prosecution talked about this trip to Miami, and this trip was also pretty important because this was a trip that they had taken. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's best friend at the time, was there. Dallas Austin, who was a music producer, was there as well too, and she referred to Dallas Austin as a friend. You'll remember Dallas Austin because he was on that people and places list that the jurors were given during jury selection process. And so she thought initially that she was going to Miami for work, and a flyer was even made about her doing kind of a club appearance, a booking appearance down there, but instead she was having sexual intercourse with Sean Combs on a boat. She said even later that night, that's when she started She took a drug, and that was what they called a blue dolphin pill, was essentially ecstasy. She said she was given the ecstasy, actually, by Sean Combs, and that she had never taken a drug intentionally before. And she said intentionally because she said she unintentionally accidentally drank a drug from somebody else some other time, but that was the first time she intentionally did it. And again,
unintentionally, I have a problem with people that fight the accountability. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. They don't want to look dirty, but it'd be nice check if they did. Come on, man. They know they're dirty. People around them know they're dirty. You don't think that everybody they know ain't looking at them like, weren't you with Diddy for a long ass time? Why you ain't saying nothing? What's happening? What did you go through? Upper echelon's prayers and blessings to your entire family, especially the wives. If we spin the wheel again, you best spin that wheel at least 2 to 3 times. Batman dropped a solid 50. Goddamn, JP is on y'all ass, boy. He's on y'all ass. All right? They do a whole lot for this channel. Salutes. So, yeah, I don't know. Unalived women don't talk. Kim P. Yeah, that's true.
And that was kind of her first introduction to it.
But where the other ones at, though? Because we're talking about 30 years. Yeah, what does J-Lo have to say? Also, they're not going to have her walking her ass into the courtroom. She going to be pregnant. She going to walk in there with a wedding dress and say, Your Honor, fuck it. Now that we're here, you might as well marry me to my next boyfriend. What? What does J-Lo have to say? I agree with Oso.
She said ecstasy kind of made her feel euphoric, and then us in the gallery as well as the jurors, we saw photos of Diddy and Cassie on that boat together, and that's the boat where the two first had engaged in sexual intercourse for the first time. And then even after that trip, that's kind of where everything changed. She said essentially that they spent a lot of time together, and that she became one of Diddy's girlfriends. Now, at the time, she initially really just thought the two were monogamous because they spent so much time together. And she said even afterwards, you know, they didn't go public for years after that because publicly he was still dating Kim Porter. Even after this trip, she broke ties with her old management, and she said post-Miami trip, that's when she started falling in love with Sean Combs. She said she referred to herself as his shadow because that's how often the two were together. But she said that Sean Combs was her first adult relationship. We were later shown an exhibit. It was the photo of the two of them at a strip club in New York City together in Halloween of 2007. And we were shown photos of Sean Combs and Cassie in the back of a car together at their relationship. So you could really kind of see from her perspective, from what I saw from the exhibit, her just kind of like, smiling for being what I
was like, wait a minute, who the fuck is dude? That's pretty good wax figure. They did good.
Perceived to be excited to be there again. She looks the same, right? But she was a little younger back then. And so after this trip, she said she was still enamored by Sean Combs, you know, at first. But she said over time, that's when she started to kind of experience a different side of him. And for one example that she had used, it was like the physical abuse and even the controlling nature of Diddy, the way that she had looked, who she was speaking to and talking to. Essentially, that Diddy would call her every single day, all day, every day. It was either through text, calls, and then later on FaceTime, because back then, you know, we didn't necessarily have FaceTime, because you have to remember, just in the context of everything, that this, you know, their relationship was a little bit a while ago, nearly almost 20 years ago, the start of it, I should say. And so, you know, if there were times that she didn't answer the phone call, he would call her repeatedly. If she didn't answer the phone call, his staff would call her, and this staff included the assistants, the security. Said the staff would even go so far as to look.
See, how does he go from, oh, I don't get it. People are going to say, oh, she manipulated him. She made it look all smooth. Sounds like everything was good. Sounds like they were in a situation where, you know, she was happy being the side chick. She was happy with the security and all the situation and the communication and this and that, and then he opened her eyes to something else new, something else new, and something else new. Next thing you know, she wake up one day and say, oh my God, I'm a sucia. I can't do this. You know what I mean?
Located her in person if she didn't answer her phone. And she said that Sean Combs's or Diddy's moods impact her very greatly. She said she She said when she would be abused, it wasn't really about her. She said there was physical and psychological.
Okay, so when did that start? That's what I'm saying. When did the monster shit happen?
Because back then, we didn't necessarily looking to essentially that Diddy would call her every single day, all day, every day. It was either through text, calls, and then later on FaceTime, because back then, we didn't necessarily have FaceTime, because you have to remember, just in the context of everything, that this, their relationship was a little bit a while ago, nearly almost 20 years ago, the start of it, I should say. And so, if there were times that she didn't answer the phone call, he would call her repeatedly. If she didn't answer the phone call, his staff would call her, and this staff included the assistants, the security. Said the staff would even go so far as to locate her in person if she didn't answer her phone. And she said that Sean Combs's or Diddy's moods impact her very greatly. She said she said when she would be abused, it wasn't really about her. She said there was physical and psychological abuse. She said even if she didn't smile the right way that he had wanted her to, he would say things along the lines of watch your face, watch your mouth. And essentially Diddy would tell her kind of who to be. And then that's how we kind of slowly started getting into more just of the relationship between Cassie and even Diddy's staff members, including his security team, who was around 24/7. Cassie named off names like D-Rock, Uncle Paulie, Bounds, Malik. When the assistants were named, it was famous, or it was...
I'm thinking D-Rock is Biggie's best friend.
Important names like Christina Coram, David James, Neil Dominic. And so that's when we started to kind of get a glimpse a little bit into just her relationship with Diddy's staff too.
And a lot of things to break down there, right? I'm actually going to do a sidebar episode where I'm going to take Ventura's testimony and say how it actually matches up to the elements of the crimes that Diddy's charged with. But, talking about staff members, that definitely goes to racketeering, right? This common enterprise, allegedly using staff members and associates and chiefs of staff to further his criminal activity, to keep...
I feel like they're making these things. Anybody who has a staff utilizes their staff, right? Pick up the kids, do this, do that, go get the mail, go get the coffee. I don't know, man.
Tabs on Cassandra Ventura. When you talk about controlling the way she looks and what she does, control, power dynamics, that goes to the overall theme of force, fraud, coercion, of sex trafficking. Very, very important. Again, I'm going to do a sidebar on that tomorrow. We have to talk now about the freak-offs, okay? Because that was a central theme of her testimony. All right, so the freak-offs make up the racketeering charge. The freak-offs make up the sex trafficking charge. I read about it. I think that this was incredibly graphic but important testimony. So if we're saying that she was doing things against her will and that she was being forced to do it, Elizabeth, I'm going to turn it over to you. What did she say about the freak-offs? What did she say about these sexual episodes?
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of graphic details that were a lot to kind of handle. When I was sitting in that courtroom, there were just moments where I was just like, oh my goodness, can we go for a break? Something like that. But again, I kind of have to commend Cassie for, being so calm, cool, and collected. There were emotional moments that she kind of teared up a little bit, and I'll get into that in just a sec. But as far as, these freak-offs, she said there was even prep time, or she had to prep for these, essentially. She said that, Sean Combs would make her get her nails done, and they had to be a certain way, and that included white nails or French tips for the freak-offs. She had said that there was even discussion possibly about, breast implants as well too, that he had made comments about her physical shape, her working out, keeping up appearances. She had to get tan, she had to get waxed. So there was a lot of physical preparation when it came to just how she would appear, because according to her, Diddy controlled every aspect of it, from the way she looked, the way she talked, how she even performed within these sessions or freak-offs, because there's even a difference right there, where a session was just inside the freak-off, where it was just like one moment that, this encounter would happen, then they would take a break, go on to another moment, and that might not even be the entire freak-off. She said sometimes they would do 3 or 4 sessions just in one freak-off, and so the imagery is just, it was really just a lot. And so essentially, You know, she described it at first as, you know, that Diddy just wanted this to kind of be a fantasy. He wanted to watch, and that Diddy introduced her to this concept of swinging. And so there was a point where, you know, they were talking about it initially as just kind of voyeurism.
So does every swinger catch a case right now? Every swinger? Huh? Everybody that flies somewhere else to smash something is guilty of trafficking?
Where Diddy kind of would just watch. She said she was pretty shocked that he was kind of interested in this, but she said she essentially just didn't want to upset him. She said as far as the freak-offs go, that she was introduced to them in the first 6 months to a year of their relationship that they were doing this together. The other person would normally be a stranger, that being an escort or a male dancer. She was just 22 years old when she was first introduced to it, so very, very young. She said she agreed to even do it because she just wanted to make him happy. She asked why she agreed. She was asked why would she agree to do it, and Cassie at that moment said, "Great question." And so the first freak off, she said, happened at his LA home in the bedroom. She said they kind of referred to this person as the first escort because she didn't remember his name, thought that he was a stripper from Vegas, knew that the escort was paid to have intercourse with her. She said during her first freak off, you know, she took ecstasy, she drank alcohol even before it had started, something that she had even talked about in her civil claim against Combs that was later settled. You know, they showed a photo.
I'm telling you, I can't believe that she did all of this crying and, you know, or in turmoil. Like, power is one thing, manipulation, but I can't make excuses for people's neglect of themselves, for people's stupidity, for people's regrets. Like, I still ain't heard shit. Yeah, they had domestic violence. Cool. Yeah, what? She didn't press charges for that. She made a civil claim. She got paid $20 million. And now she's part of this claim. This RICO with one dude in it. I'm not understanding. And everybody's like, oh, but Shai, he should go to jail anyway. I get it. But no. Because then you could go to jail for anything that you didn't do either. Fuck out of here. Wonder if the escorts will come forward as well. Well, they talked to a few. A few of them, they had too many things to say that, you know, helped out, you know, the prosecution. Biggie's best friend who ended up with Lil' Kim, facts. Biggie's best friend who took a charge for Big early. Kim gonna do what she do. That's what it is. To hunt it down, that's a bit of a stretch. I feel like she was down with it until the bread started to run low. She was down with it until she probably realized she was old news and he was gonna move on. That's just me. I'm sorry. I'm in your bubble.
I'm in your bubble.
Also said, where's the RICO? Where's the RICO? I'm looking for the RICO. They repoed that vehicle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm looking for the RICO. Nothing suave over here. Condenero baila el perro, but I couldn't. Telling me how to do my nails and walking, that's a hot mess. Dice que con dinero baila el perro, but I couldn't do that. They say with money the dog dances, but I couldn't do that. Telling me how to do my nails and walk. That's a hot mess. Salutes. Shannon said, no, Shy. No what? Tell me. Shannon's not happy with me right now. Shannon is just my gut telling me some of this is bullshit right here. Huh? Tell me. Know what? If you don't know, now you know. Is he a piece of shit? Yes. But this is a RICO case. This is a RICO case. This is a RICO case. And all I've heard so far is fucking. Huh? That's it.
To the gallery just of this particular first escort, because we didn't even know his name, but it was a black man. He had dreads. He had an earring in his left ear. It looked kind of like a driver's license photo, but even throughout the course of her testimony today, he was just referred to as the first escort. She said that Sean Combs would tell her to wear masks, and she wore heels during this. That Diddy kind of directed everything, including the lighting, putting the oil on the escort, and vice versa. So essentially,
yo, motherfucker, you probably have more money and less court cases if you was paying that much attention to the fucking music you were making. If you were paying that much attention to the fucking art that you could have put out there. You know what I'm saying? Instead, you running around fucking, hiring dudes better than you to handle your chick. Fuck out of here. Zorada, your typos are welcome. You do a lot around here. Did you see that pretty ass influencer from Jalisco get whacked on live? No, I didn't see it. I heard about it, but I ain't seen it yet.
Cassie and this escort would rub baby oil on each other. And so, I was talking before about kind of the difference between the sessions and the freak-offs. So again, those sessions were just kind of a portion of the freak-offs. But these escorts were paid thousands of dollars to do this. She said that she had to, in order to kind of do these freak-offs, she would essentially have to get high just so that way she didn't feel much. But she said that it made her feel dirty. She said that right after her first one, Diddy soon proposed another freak off, and she felt like she couldn't say no because she didn't want to make him upset. Said that he would get angry and his moods would change if she told him no.
And then what you do? You wait till you're in Chicago doing Empire, and then you go on about your business. Miss me with the fucking fear. You know who can't escape? People locked in basements. You know who can't escape? People who have people upstairs that don't leave and they watch that door all damn day long. That's the people that can't leave. That's just how I feel. Yes, is there manipulation? That keep you there for a certain amount of time. But if it feel like she convincing herself that this is all, she went with it, and it's like, no, you gotta tell them, no, I don't fuck with this, I'm gone. No, every guy that flies somewhere else shouldn't be charged. Oh, no shot. Yeah, no. It's crazy. It's crazy what's happening right now, Shannon. There's a lot of fucking going on here. This is a nuanced situation. Sorry for all the typos, listening, and shopping for graduation. Salutes to your son. Graduation coming up fast. All right? You've done your job. Zoraida, you've done your job. Salutes to him for getting it done, but you've done your job. They said that WR ordered that shit. Oh, what happened over there? Who's el WR? And salutes to my Spanish, sensibilities that picked up that R like that. That's some actor shit right there. Because I didn't even think about it and I just said it. And I probably said it wrong, but I said that shit. Piece of shit, a freak, but that's not what he's being charged with. Where's Shy El Lawyer at? Fernando. Enlighten us with knowledge. Fernando's going to be like, get him the fuck out of there. This is all about baby oil. And the goddamn Republicans did it. Salutes to Fernando. Damn, I'm about to be catching another case. Oh, shit. Yeah, let Val hear you say that shit. You catch another case for what? Flying it over fucking state lines? If that's the case, we all going down in this RICO. We're the other motherfuckers in this RICO. Panda Vinci. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, motherfuckers. We the other people in this RICO, if that's the case.
No, he did one. Diddy?
Don't be no freak. He an extra freak. He do some wild, but I can't judge people on the shit that they do behind closed doors consensually with their loved one. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
June proposed another freak off, and she felt like she couldn't say no because she didn't want to make him upset. Said that he would get angry and his moods would change if she told him no. And then after the first freak off that she did, they started to become.
Hold on, real quick.
You don't want no problems.
298, Doble R is Mentos Man. 298, what the fuck was she doing? She was young? Why they smoke her? What she was doing? She talking shit? What she was doing that they did that? Or was it an accident? Was it crossfire? What happened? Or was she targeted? Quickly, just tell me what, what the fuck was their beef?
More frequent, and by frequent she said that they would occur pretty much weekly, and those went on for years. She said her final freak off wasn't until 2017.
I don't know if y'all know this, but and Zorada has an excuse because she's graduation shopping, but I've cumplido mi condena, all right? 5 shots and 1 beer, done, all right? No, hold on.
In 2018, which is still relatively close to this time period, kind of right now. She said for the most part she didn't get much sleep during these freak offs, but drugs kept help her stay awake, such as cocaine, such as Molly, MDMA, or ecstasy as well too, all that were given by Sean Combs. She said Sean Combs would decide, he would be the one to decide when these freak offs would end, and she said that it was impossible essentially to remember the amount of freak offs that she even did, because she was pretty much doing a whole bunch of drugs, and they were so frequent for the most part. And she said that she felt, humiliated, and that she was all that this was all that she was good for. And this was an important part in the testimony, because this was the moment that she started tearing up.
Yeah, you picked a piece of shit. Yeah, you picked a piece of shit. What do you want us to tell you? Now you get out. You figure it out. Same way you got in, same way you get out. Shy, you for sure have gotten a whole lot better at rolling the Mars. Every now and then you got hit that shit. Pura lavada de fresa? What are we talking about? How much money have you spent on baby oil? Hey, yo, a precedent. If you spent too much money on baby oil, straight to jail.
She pretty much had testified that she was being objectified during this, that Diddy would get so mad that if she didn't want to participate in this, that his eyes would go black. That's how mad he would get. And she said,
what's that mean, his eyes would go black? Now, is that fucking hyperbole? Is that fucking writer talk? Is that artist talk? Or is this scientific, that his eyes would go black and the demons would flow from his eyes and fire would rain from his nostrils and his mouth? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? You know what I mean? Pura lavada de fresa, flavor Yola. Yeah, that Tootsie. Got Kool-Aid in it.
The only part that she actually liked about the freak off was just the time that she had spent with Sean Combs.
See, shut the fuck up. That the only part she liked of the freak offs was not the fucking. Okay, cool. It was the time she spent with Diddy. No, shouldn't you feel victimized by the fucking and by the spending time with Diddy? What the fuck are we talking about here?
And this eyes would go black. That's how mad he would get. And she said the only part that she actually liked about the freak off was just the time that she had spent with Sean Combs, and this being this one-on-one time that the two had with each other. She said that she had wanted Sean to know that the FOs made her, or the freak offs had made her feel worthless, but essentially that Diddy dismissed her feelings. Diddy called her predictable. There was this one exhibit, an email exhibit that was shown where Cassie, her nickname under this email chain was BG standing for baby girl, and Diddy was referred to as Pop, which is kind of disturbing in itself, because
everything's disturbing now, because young women don't deal with older men and say shit like that and call them daddy and call them poppy and call them all that shit. Stop. You people are making shit. Listen, just because you might be a prude in your bedroom don't mean everybody else is. People call each other all kind of shit. There's dudes that get off on their girl calling them a bitch. Hit that shit, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we talking about here, man? Oh, it's disturbing in itself that she called him Pop. Did she choose to call him that? Did he tell her to call him that? Doesn't fucking matter. It's something that they did. She could have bounced. Oh, he liked to grab her by the butt cheeks aggressively. Oh, maybe she liked being grabbed by the butt cheek aggressively. You know what I'm saying? But that's the thing, 298. What happens when a normal freak is too much for somebody and they're appalled like this prude is right here? You know what I mean? That's my point. At what level? There's some people more freaky than other motherfuckers, man. It's just what it is. But to be like, oh, he called her baby girl, she called her Pop. Oh my God. She probably came up with that shit.
An exhibit, an email exhibit that was shown where Cassie, her nickname under this email chain was...
What happens when you think you're a normal freak and they be like, that's illegal? You catching a RICO for that, 298. Why? What happened? We caught you on your home camera last night. You threw your leg up. All right? That leg is supposed to be down. We don't tell you that leg stayed down. If the leg go up, it's too much freaky shit. You're going to catch a cramp. Something bad can happen. We have to look out for your own good. Then what? Straight to jail. The fuck are we talking about here, man? She called it Pop. That's disturbing. Oh, Jesus. Is it weird? It's weird if it's not your cup of tea. It's not my cup of tea. It's his cup of tea. It's her cup of tea. Is it illegal? Is it a RICO case? Hell no. What the fuck are we talking about here, man?
BG standing for baby girl, and Diddy was referred to as Pop Pop, which is kind of disturbing in itself because he was named Pop Pop after her grandfather, and she thought it was weird and disrespectful. But from Diddy's point of view, this was something that he had allegedly wanted.
That's different. If he told her, hey, what's your grandfather call? What'd you call your grandfather? Well, call me that. That's some different shit. If she did it, still just some freaky shit. Not illegal. Not weird. Not weird. Sorry. He's a fucking weirdo. She consensually did the weirdo shit. What the fuck are we talking about?
On it. And so the subject of this email was, I really need to F. And this message from Pop Pop to baby girl said, so who you gonna F, want to call someone? And so this email was around 2010, and so the response was that she wanted to F him and said, are you crazy? Because essentially when Diddy was receiving these messages, he just essentially assumed it was going to be for a freak off. That means other people were going to be involved, whereas from Cassie's point of view, she was kind of making the argument that she just wanted to spend time
Shout out Shannon.
with her.
Shannon said, look at him in the blue button-down sweater. And I went back and I looked at her right here. And she said, ugh. Shannon, you just hate that motherfucker. And I get it. You just hate that motherfucker, though. You're like the cut of his jib. Look at his fucking face. Ugh.
Partner at the time, or boyfriend at the time. And so there was kind of a back and forth just about that Cassie had wanted to talk to Diddy about something, and that Diddy had called her predictable because that she didn't want to, assuming that she didn't want to participate in these freak offs, and essentially that she said that from her standpoint, she didn't want Diddy to think that she didn't want to do it anymore, even though she didn't want to do it anymore, but essentially did it to make it happen.
No, Mom, is I wanted to do it, but I didn't want the devil to know that the devil made me do it, and I didn't want you to know that I didn't want you to know that I know that you know that I know that you know that I did it. And baby oil. That's what we got. That's what we got. Come on, man.
Make him happy, but even throughout these freak offs, they were talking about disguised identity, that Diddy would wear a hat, he covered his face, he wore a mask. Cassie would even wear a mask, kind of one of those masquerade masks. She would wear a wig, she would wear see-through nets, she would wear very tall heels. She kind of even made the comparison to them being kind of like stripper heels. And essentially those were the disguise portion. The only time that they had kind of taken off the mask, taken off the disguises, was when they felt comfortable enough to do it with an escort, because you have to remember around this time they were a little worried that one of these escorts could possibly be a cop. One of these escorts could possibly be somebody who would go and tell the entire world that they had done something with
Okay, so then she was hiding from the police. So why were you hiding from the police? Because you thought you was doing something illegal. What was you doing illegal? Prostitution? What was happening? Prostiness? Lady of the night? Man of the night?
Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura at the time. And so she was talking about how these freak offs happen a lot of different places, including all of Diddy's homes except his home at Maple. Freak offs happened in her home except her Studio City home. They had freak offs in New York, in Miami, in Los Angeles, in Atlanta, in Turks and Caicos, in Vegas. And she named the hotels that she could remember doing these freak offs at, because it wasn't just at Diddy's homes. It wasn't just at Cassie's homes. They were in hotels as well too. And just how the staff would kind of help provide things that they had needed for these freak offs, such as condoms, such as Johnson & Johnson's baby oil, such as candles, such as lube, such as...
The fucking baby oil keeps coming back.
Astroglide, and that...
Oh my God, too funny. If your leg is in the air, you're too freaky. The leg goes up in the air, it becomes a crime. Leg down, it's just fucking. You throw the leg up, going to jail, straight to jail. Don't throw the fucking leg up, all right? Period.
Essentially, all the participants use baby oil. This seems like a very big preference that Diddy had kind of had. And I know a lot of people kind of make jokes about it, but you know, for the most part, it does seem like a prevalent thing that was very prominent in these freak-offs, and that a lot of bottles of baby oil were used, to the point she said 10 bottles were used in probably one freak-off, which is a lot of baby oil. If you
No
really...
wonder the motherfucker had 10,000 bottles of baby oil. She had the hooker boots already. Estaban preparado. Everybody was ready. Everybody had what they needed. All right, they had the Tusi, they had the champagne, they had the fucking masks, the leather straps, the swings, the fucking whatever they needed. Right? What they didn't have is any goddamn trust. And they shouldn't have, because they're all turning on each other.
Think about it. She said, you know, the Astro Guide was used as lube, as freak off, something that she had even talked about in her civil suit against Combs. She said when they had run out of these types of supplies, that the staff would get more, the staff being the assistants would get more, or they would ask the bell desk for more at Diddy's direction. The candles were always lit. There were about 6 to 10 candles in.
That don't sound like no criminal organization selling ass. That sounds like a bunch of freaks doing their freak shit, and they got enough money to have a staff to facilitate the shit. That's what it just sounds like to me. All right? That's what it sounds like to me.
Inside these rooms, there was even a point that she had mentioned that candle wax would be poured onto her. It would be poured onto Diddy. She said studio lights were later used in these freak-offs, and that they were red and purple and blue. Then we were shown a photo with Diddy. It looked like he was kind of laying on something. According to Cassie, he had a handful of cash in his hand that we couldn't see through this exhibit photo, but he was kind of laying in a red room. And so she said the freak-off rooms were particularly warm, according to her. And then this was kind of one of the more, you know, disturbing points that were talked about through her testimony, about them using extra linen not to soil the sheets in these hotel rooms. Why? Because there were points where blood and urine were going to be soiled into these fabrics, essentially. She said that she was even expected to have freak-offs while she was on her menstrual cycle, that Diddy and an escort would urinate on her, and that she didn't want to be urinated on. She said it was a turn on for Combs, but for herself, she felt humiliated going through this, said it was overwhelming. She said at one point she began even choking on the urine. And again, these are just very, very hard things to kind of listen to. Jesus Christ,
we made it to the golden showers. No mama's way.
No mommy's way.
We made it to the golden showers.
Me even.
If you don't want golden showers for 10 years, you don't take golden showers for 10 years.
Freak-offs while she was on her menstrual cycle, that Diddy and an escort would urinate on her, and that she didn't want to be urinated on. She said it was a turn on for Combs, but for herself, she felt humiliated going through this, said it was overwhelming. She said at one point she began even choking on the urine. And again, these are just very, very hard things to kind of listen to, and me even repeating them, I'm just kind of a little just unwell, just because it's really a lot. Just
she's unwell, y'all. She's unwell. Shout out Raven. The baby oil is one thing. The baby oil is one thing, but looking at his head, I bet you he had way more hair dye. He had that rewind shit that Fat Joe and Khaled and all the motherfuckers is selling.
See, I'm not going to even lie to you. And, you know, she was saying I didn't want anyone to urinate on me, and she said this didn't really necessarily happen often, but it was often enough for her. And, you know, these were just very humiliating things, and you could tell that she was very soft-spoken throughout her testimony. So it was probably very uncomfortable for her to kind of talk about this, one in an open courtroom, one in front of Diddy, as well as even her husband and her brother and her mother, who were all inside that courtroom. And just, she was very soft-spoken throughout this, but essentially that the staff would clean up the aftermath of these events. They would be charged thousands of dollars just for the damage that were done to it. She said half the time she said she was high on drugs during these while she was being urinated on. She said she didn't say no because she thought it was obvious that she didn't want to even do this. So it was a lot of graphic.
She thought it was, get the fuck out of here when she thought it was obvious. Stop, bro, stop. This is a railroading. This is a railroad. She has regret. That's what she has. She don't sound like she was locked. Everything is about her thoughts. You ever see the video of the old man that says, to believe something is to not know. Not know it. You can't know it. He said, you know your mother, you know your mother and your father? Yes, I know my mother and my father. You don't have to believe in them. You know them. She keeps saying, oh, I thought he was going to be mad. I thought he was going to do this, so I did this, so I did that. Miss me with that for 10 years. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can't do it. So that was what I thought. Sick. I left, came back, and see the 10K. Now it's official. It's official, man. We did that thing. Cost that 10K. Salute to the fucking shit sniffing fucking trolls in the back.
Put him in a fucking bench, Mike.
Imagine slipping on baby oil and landing on some you. Oh my goodness.
While she was being urinated on. She said the aftermath of these events, they would be charged thousands of dollars just for the damage that were done to it. She said half the time she said she was high on drugs during these, while she was being urinated on. She said she didn't say no because she thought it was obvious that she didn't want to even do this. So it was a lot of graphic.
How does that make sense? She said, I didn't say no because I thought it would be obvious that I didn't want to do this, but I did it anyway. That shit don't fly as a fucking defense for me, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. So that's ridiculous. I didn't say no because I thought he knew I didn't want to do this, but I did it anyway. What? Come on, details,
a lot of things, and surprisingly, I didn't see much of the jury kind of shake when this kind of testimony was going on. They were very much so kind of looking at Cassie very intently, very much listening to her. I would think that, you know, maybe somebody would get emotional or anything like that, but from what I could see, because my view was also very limited, I will.
No, they're not going to be emotional and make move. No, some people are logical. Some people make sense. Right? Maybe those jurors are smart enough to not show their hand, but I thought they would gasp. This is not a fucking movie. This is somebody's life. They gotta listen to her shit. They gotta listen to the defense's shit. All of that. It's crazy.
We'll also say that, but from what I could see, the jury didn't really flinch to this very disturbing testimony, this very hard testimony to listen to, but it seemed like they were just, you know, kind of absorbing everything that was being testified to. But from their perspective, I didn't see much of a reaction to this. But from us in the gallery, I know a lot of people were just kind of like, whew, this is a lot today.
And the urination might not even be the most disgusting point. I'll tell everybody, we're not going to repeat it here. Something that was reported about Sean Combs' nipples. You want to check it out? Go check it out on your own. It's pretty disgusting, to say the least. Yeah, I was going to ask you about the jury.
Disgusting. But see, here's the thing. At what point does he not get called the homophobe for saying that that's disgusting? This is the world we live in right now, no? Disgusting or not, was it illegal, motherfucker? That's the question. Mind you, I haven't multiple times. How do you do something you don't want to do multiple times for 10 years?
You know, not grimacing, not wincing, not looking like they wanted to throw up from half these details. But look, from a legal point of view, it does become a question, right? How on earth could someone consent to all this? You know, 36, 48, 72 hours of these sexcapades, right? Where, you know, the urination and Astroglide and the baby oil. Then it also becomes the question for the defense, and I'm sure when they have an opportunity to cross-examine her, why didn't you leave? Did you speak up loud enough? Why would you allow this to happen? Why didn't you go to the police? These are going to be questions that I'm sure are going to come up. But I do have to ask you now also, I think it was towards the end of the testimony, She was asked about the infamous 2016 videotape, right, of her purportedly being beat up by Sean Combs. It was the first piece of evidence the jury heard or saw yesterday, right, because we know a security guard testified to it, authenticated it. What did she say about that incident in particular?
So the government obviously had talked about this Intercontinental Hotel video, one in their opening statement, two with the first witness on the stand. And Cassie herself, when she got on the stand today, confirmed that she was leaving a freak off when this violent encounter had happened at the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles. She said this happened while she was trying to leave a freak off. We were shown a text from that day, just kind of earlier. It was between Diddy and Cassie. Diddy had asked her, so what are you going to do so I can plan the rest of my night? Cassie had responded, baby, I want to FO so bad, but I don't want to F myself up. What am I to do? And essentially, she had talked about this because she didn't want to mess up her body by partying, as she kind of sometimes referred to these freak-offs as. She said that she didn't want to ruin a movie premiere that she was going to later on because she never had an opportunity to kind of enjoy things that she had worked hard for and didn't want to kind of mess herself up by being, because she had pointed to that she would be on a lot of drugs when she would be doing these freak-offs. But she said from her standpoint that she wanted to kind of have a clear mind when she were to go to this movie premiere. But essentially, she did participate in this, and she said that even before she kind of exited that room that Sean had given her a black eye, and this was in between one of the freak-off sessions. So again, that's that portion of the freak-offs, not the entire thing or anything like that. And she said at a point where Diddy was distracted, she just left. And then she said everything just happened so quickly. Next thing she knew, she was thrown on the ground. So even from our perspective, we thought, the first punch was taken from outside of the hotel room. According to her perspective, that first punch was happening inside that hotel room. And so she ran out of the door from what we had previously seen.
Y'all couldn't lock him up for that. Why couldn't you lock him up for that? He paid off dude. Nobody said nothing. She didn't say nothing. So what are we talking about? So you take that DV, that domestic violence, and you roll that up in a RICO? That don't make sense? Come on.
She said from her standpoint, next thing she knew, she was thrown to the ground. The prosecution asked, why did she run out without some shoes? Because when we had first seen the video, even from the CNN portion, which was sped up, we had seen her kind of putting on her shoes. She was just in her socks from what it looked like, but she was putting on her shoes inside that elevator kind of hallway. She said she doesn't remember what Sean had told her exactly while he was hitting her. The government then played the video for her, and I was surprised at how she kept her composure just kind of while on the stand. But from her standpoint, this was just one of many physical violent encounters that she had had with Diddy while the two were together. So she confirmed that it was she and Diddy inside in that video. Said that Diddy had thrown her to the ground multiple times before. She said she stayed on the ground because we all remember kind of after that first hit that she had just kind of stayed there, just laid there on the ground. Just the image in my head right now, again, just it's a lot of heavy stuff today. She said she stayed on the ground because it was the safest place to be.
This reporter gonna need therapy after this shit. Real talk.
She said that she didn't fight back when Diddy had hit her. She said she picked up a hotel phone while Diddy had held her purse and overnight bag. So essentially she had said that she didn't fight back when Diddy had hit her, that kind of the last few moments of this testimony from today, that she had picked up a hotel phone while Diddy had held her purse and overnight bag, and that was kind of the stopping point when it came to the government kind of showing her this video. So I expect when they return tomorrow, this will definitely be something that will be asked about again, and probably going into more depth about it again, because Emily Johnson said that she expects for Cassie.
Goddamn, Omar 6. Yeah, that's what we heard. Freaky ass, he is 69 God.
Sure to stay on the stand for pretty much half of the next day as well too. So that's halfway through Wednesday, and then they expect her cross to last up until Thursday at the minimum. And so Cassie Ventura still has a long amount of time to still be on the stand, still definitely hours worth. But from her perspective, it was definitely just kind of hard to kind of listen to her testimony, mainly because Wait,
what?
hours worth. But, you know, from her perspective, it was definitely just kind of hard to kind of listen to her a long amount of time to still be on the stand, still definitely hours worth. But, you know, from her perspective,
it
was definitely just kind of hard.
It was definitely kind of hard. Are you speaking for her, or did you go from her perspective to your fucking perspective? This is my point. 5 shots in, clocked it. This is my point. Maybe she clears it up in a second with an extra few words. How you go from her perspective to how you feel.
To kind of listen to her, you know, Thursday at the minimum. And so Cassie Ventura still has a long amount of time to still be on the stand, still definitely hours worth. But, you know, from her perspective, it was definitely just kind of hard to kind of listen to her testimony, mainly because, you know, I said this yesterday, Jesse, that from the most part we had heard these allegations, you know, through attorney statements, through court filings and that sort, but to hear these things from her herself, to see her on the witness stand, to see her keep her composure, but, you know, even still at some points kind of had to, you know, just break emotionally, because it's a lot of things and a lot of hard things to recall. It's a lot of hard things for us to listen to. And so, you know, from her perspective...
But you're fucking lined up to be there, and you're saying how everybody's in a frenzy to be in there, and when some security guard or some freak-off guy is giving a boring testimony, what do? They up and leave. Miss me with the disingenuous, oh, I'm appalled bullshit. Miss me with it. Sorry.
I can only imagine kind of what she's going through, on top of being very down the line in her 3rd trimester. And there were even points, you know, she was kind of rubbing her belly. You know, maybe that was something that kind of helped calm her down or just gave her some type of comfort. But, you know, today was a very hard day just to kind of listen to this testimony. And yet we still have more hours to go with it as well, too.
Yeah, and look, that cross-examination will take quite some time to get through. I imagine tomorrow it's going to be discussion of the videotapes, these purported videotapes of sexual encounters, freak-offs. Will the gallery actually see them or not? We shall see.
Bro,
probably
they've been beating that dead horse. Are they going to see the videos? Are we going to see the videos? Do we get to see the videos? Like, relax, bro.
If I had to guess, it's going to be a situation where only the jury will be able to see and hear that, as well as the witness, and they'll be very careful in how they question her about this, because I think the risk of this getting out and being published is pretty high, and I think that they want to minimize that risk as much as possible. This is a difficult day, Elizabeth. I know it's not easy to hear this, but really, really appreciate you spending the time in the courtroom, capturing everything as possible, relaying to our audience in as much detail as possible, because unfortunately there are no cameras, there is no audio.
His face is fucked up, but damn.
Have the transcripts, but it's not the same. And to hear you describe her testimony, the first time that Cassandra Ventura made a substantial response to everything that has been going on, to me it read almost verbatim her complaint that she filed against Sean Combs in November of 2023, and to hear her talk about the infamous CNN video. This is a pivotal day in this case, in what is an 8-week trial, and thank you so much for relaying to us all those details. Elizabeth
8 weeks,
Milner,
what y'all gonna feel that
great
way?
as always. Thank you so much.
Fuck talk? What y'all gonna fill 8 weeks with? Fuck talk? That's it? I forgot to tell everybody in the Discord we was live. I forgot to post this and this. All right. Let's go straight to old girl's shit. What's her name? Laura? No. Breakfast Club. Go day one. Let's go day one. like hers. Let's see what we got here. Salutes. Yeah, fuck talk. That's all we getting. Fuck talk. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. In case y'all forgot, tengo unos gatos en los pantalones.
Tengo el gato los pantalones.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out, man. Shout out, I think it was 298. Shout out Eddie Jimenez on the check-in. Salutes. What did 298 say about that? I don't know, for real. She was 23 and bad. She might have not wanted to give it up or something. She was chilling in her nail shop, beauty shop. Dude went in there and took her out. He a bitch. And that's whole shit. Whoever condoned it. Despicable. They should rot in hell. Turn up your volume, Shy. My cell is all the way up, waiting here outside the dance studio. Salutes. You can't hear me. You can hear that, but you can't hear me. You can hear the videos that I'm playing, me, but you can't hear me. Let's see. Here, I'll just adjust the mic or something, and hopefully do the trick. And speak the fuck up. I have to speaketh the fucketh up. I didn't know that el Orgullo de Puerto Rico was fighting Chávez Jr. No mames, güey. El orgullo de el pendejo de Dorado. I read that she was daring Double R. She wasn't in a position to dare nobody. It's fucking crazy. I can hear you. It's just low. See what I could do here. I don't want to fuck everything up, so I'm scared. Give me a second. Boom. Let's see what this do. Let's go. I'm gonna take it up 50 piece. Y'all tell me if now I am too loud. Yo, did that change anything? Anything better? I can hear you. Salutes. Velez, who is Chavez fighting? He's fighting Jake Paul. The big news, the big hoopla. That's fucked up. Chavez Jr. versus Jake Paul, el gallo de oro, el orgullo de la isla. Fuck out of here. El bochorno de la isla. And it's not even the island's bochorno, so I hope Chavez really fights him and not playing into the act just for a payday. Listen, man. The problem is this. He wants to fight washed up fighters. Why? Because he's a decent fighter for his place. And he can fight washed up fighters. So he's hoping dude ain't thrown a punch in years. That's what he's hoping for. Come on, Primo. You know it's just for the check. So these guys are taking falls. They're not trying to beat him. I don't know. Yo no sabo, Kimo sabi. Let's get this.
Morning, IT legends! Welcome to my vlog. Let me tell you, a Terra's AI co-pilot, best way for our team to start the day.
I see what you're doing, El Tubo. You're letting that skip button lag an extra second or two. If Chavez Jr. really fights him, Chavez will fuck him up. I don't know.
Hey y'all, it's Lauren LaRosa from The Breakfast Club. Sorry to interrupt. Y'all know how I do.
Hold on, I'm gonna just play the audio. Let me get an image of her. Lauren. I keep fucking that up. I just need an image. There we go. I'll take that. That's too little. That picture looks like shit. There we go. I'll take that. Let me move this over.
So I'm here to talk about Top Dog Law. Y'all hear Top Dog Law, all old check shouldn't get you tied down. So it's week 2 of Diddy's trial here in New York, and day 2 kicked off with Cassie, who was the star witness for the prosecutors taking the stand. Now, a lot of people feel like Cassie dropped the ball yesterday with her testimony, but I do not agree whatsoever. Cassie got on the stand and she detailed everything from the first day that they met to the time that they spent together, her 21st birthday, where that was her first time kissing, and she admitted that she didn't want to kiss him, that she felt, just very she didn't know how to feel. She felt confused. She was young. She was crying. She set the scene early for the power dynamic of, this big mogul who was supposed to be helping me in music, who had such a big life that she just uncontrollably fell in love with, and things got bigger than her.
That was 17-year age difference, correct?
Yes, and that was the narrative, and they were together, for those who don't know, for 10, 11 years. Now, after she details a lot of the background, she starts going into the things that a lot of us wanted to know about. So they talked to her about the freak-offs, and what she says about the freak-offs is that Diddy allegedly was in control. She says that, it was very well choreographed. Like, it was almost, when she was describing it, I was like, it sounds like he was shooting a music video.
Executive producing.
No, for real. She says that, there were certain...
Facts. That's exactly what it sounded like he was producing. That's why I said, why not put all that effort into the music, into the art? Because that's what he was doing, producing freak-offs. Then get into the smut business then.
Supplies that they would have, right? So they would do candles as the lighting, and it would always be like Glade, or there was another brand that she mentioned because he wanted it to smell a certain way. And then she
Glade. Candles.
Then she says that they would get extra linens, and we've heard this story, but she said that because we heard before that there were extra linens because
of Dookie on the sheets.
So what she said was she was actually made to have freak-offs during her period, and so there would be blood on a lot of the sheets, and she said she didn't want to do that, but she was being made to do that allegedly. And she also alleged that there'd be urine on the sheets, and we've heard testimony about the urine and why those things happened allegedly. And baby oil, she said that they would oil up so much. That was like a big thing for Puff allegedly. Like, you had to be oiled, that every 5 minutes they were like just re-oiling because
he wants you to look like a shiny suit.
Yeah, because it glistens, and I guess it's the sexiness of...
These motherfuckers trying to make stupid. The shiny suit. He's infamous for the shiny suit. That's a fact.
Baby oil on
He wants
somebody.
you to glisten like them shiny suits he used to wear in the 90s.
This is so sad. I guess so. And then
Just Hilarious said, this is so sad.
Talking about the urine, she talked about that in one of the freak-offs because they'd asked her, we opened up our testimony or our opening statement to prosecutors, talking about you alleging that there was a male escort that was made to pee, or I'm sorry, that was made to urinate on you.
You can say pee.
What if you can create your own website by saying, this is what I want? With Wix, you can.
Same thing.
Urinate on you, or I'm sorry, that was made to urinate on you.
You can say pee. Same thing.
Urinate on you. Can you detail that? So she starts to detail that, and she says that at one point she was choking, obvious reasons. And they asked, well, why didn't you just ask them to stop? And when I say them, she updated us and let us know.
Attorney Riley Freeman? This is why wouldn't you just move out the way? That's what he asked for.
Basically, they just asked like, at this
why wouldn't you just move out the way?
You know what I just noticed? If you look right here, I just peeped it. It's an ill hat, almost with my font right here. What the fuck is that? What? How dare you? All right, it's right there. Y'all seen it? Crazy.
That's what he asked for.
Basically, they just asked like, at this, because it didn't sound like she was being held against her will at that point, like physically. So they're like, well, why would you just? Because she said she laid down with her hands up a lot of times when that was happening because she didn't like it and it was a lot going on. And she said that not only with the escort,
she laid down with her hands up. If I throw a punch at you, if I fucking squirt water in your face, you're gonna. I just don't understand what she was doing there for 10 years.
do it. Allegedly, Puff would join in as well. And she said when it would get to a point where it was too much for her, sometimes he would tell the escorts, Puff would tell the escorts allegedly like, yo, all right, let's stop, let's chill. So they asked her like, why wouldn't you just tell them to stop yourself? And she said, I mean, I'm laying on the floor, and allegedly intoxicated by all these things, and it's two men standing over me. What am I going to do? So I just laid there.
See, this is all, what am I going to do? This is all her internal process. What you going to do? You're going to fucking call down 911. Create a stink. Create a scene in the next restaurant. Do something.
Yeah, and so
and the reason they ask that question is because they know the defense is going to ask that question, so they try to make sure that they ask questions that the defense asked to, make it more comfortable.
Yeah, but she broke the freak offs down in steps as well. She said that the first step was there was like masturbation, and they would have to do masturbation. It would be her and the escort, and she would have to talk
super clapped on this stream
out loud and describe what she was seeing. She would have to be very descriptive because allegedly Puff would want to hear that.
She said he would be blindfolded, right?
No, not all the time, because once they got more comfortable with the escorts, from what it seems like she's describing, the blindfolds would come off and all that stuff.
You got mad notes, Lauren. I need to see those.
Yeah, and they're highlighted. I had to organize them better because I felt like yesterday I had a lot of information that I didn't get, so I organized them better. Highlights. I made notes in the back of important points to get to in here. You can read these notes.
Lauren is in the courtroom, aren't you? She's in the courtroom.
That was a new notebook. At the beginning.
I bought a second one yesterday.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So that first step was the descriptive foreplay, and then step 2 is the touching. Now, step 2, she alleges, is that's when all the baby oil comes out. Step 3 is oral, and she says that a lot of times she
all we're hearing is people's sexual habits, bro. You talking about interstate commerce, RICO. You got domestic violence and a hammer, and I don't even know if you got the domestic violence if you're going by law.
Rush to get to the oral because she just wanted to.
And it made me think about Brumman Spann. Y'all remember Brumman Spann? Brumman Spann, the man that they said did Kate dirty, and he beat that case. And then they rolled it up into the RICO and brought it back.
Get over with because she kept making a point of she didn't want to do this. She just was doing it because she was so in love, and she said she didn't want him to go and do it with anybody else. Now, step 4 was the actual intercourse where they would engage in sex, and she said that sometimes Puff would just watch allegedly, but then she said other times he might join in if they were really comfortable with an escort. So that would look like her giving Puff head and allegedly, or wait, I can't.
No, you can't say that part.
That would look like her giving Puff fellatio.
Fellatio, yes.
And
fuck terrestrial radio, all right? She should be able to say head, right? If she said his dome, she'd be able to give dome. What the fuck? Stop this censorship.
The other escort having sex with her at the same time. Now, she did give us an update I didn't know if I needed. She said that a lot of times after they would finish, the escorts would have a happy ending, and Puff would make her take that happy ending and rub it on his nipples, and then they would engage in whatever they were going to do, just Cassie and Puff allegedly.
So his man milk on Puff's nipples?
Jeez.
That's what Cassie's alleging, that she that Puff liked her to rub it on his chest and on his...
It's some weird, freaky, outrageous shit. Not illegal.
nipples.
Jesus.
And then
so chocolate
Jesus
covered nipples with a semen drizzle.
Jesus.
Glaze.
Shut up, man.
And glaze. We have to say glaze.
Oh, so, yeah, Diddy likes his nipples medium well with a
Come
semen
on.
glaze.
Yeah, she said that anytime that she was having intercourse during the freak-offs by herself, and Puff would just be allegedly listening or watching, he would then ask her about it after, and he'd be very descriptive. Like, he would ask her, how did the D feel?
Did she rub the semen in the nipples like a DJ scratches a record?
Jesus.
Or did she rub it in like
Charlamagne is enjoying that shit. Fucking punk.
Keep going. Keep going.
What you think?
She
Keep
didn't
going.
really specify.
Listen,
why are you
real quick,
answering him?
Going back to right here, clown. Look, you said that she said she didn't want him to do it with anybody else. Is that because she didn't want anybody to endure any like the things that she was doing, or
the way that she put it,
his girlfriend? Like what was happening?
The way that she put it, she said it on a stand. I was a very jealous girlfriend when it came to him and other women, and she said, you know, this is this powerful rich man who she was so in love with.
Mm-hmm.
She felt.
She doesn't like none of the shit he got her doing, but she's in love with this man and she fucking willing to make this man happy. Come on, man. She got to take accountability at some point.
Vulnerable because he had shared this secret of these voyeurisms and freak-offs that he liked to do. She didn't want another woman coming in and swooping up in her place. And a lot of times she alleges, and we saw actual text messages they brought up where she tried to tell him she didn't want to do a freak-off. And he was like, oh, okay, you're boring, you're predictable. I'm sorry, he said you're predictable. But it was giving the effect of, I don't want him to think I'm boring. I don't want him to think that I'm not down, so I'm going to just do it.
Not guilty. Not guilty. She made logical decisions, what she thought were logical decisions in her head to condone what she was doing to herself. Not guilty.
So he don't do it with somebody else.
So that's how they're
So he won't do it with somebody else.
growing so fast. They're hiring freelancers. Look what they're doing with AI experts.
Yes. Down, so I'm going to just do it.
So he don't do it with somebody else.
Yes.
Did he let the semen cool off?
Come on, Charlamagne, man. You're not even funny. If you're going to be doing shit like that, it got to be funny.
Or does he like his semen warm or room temperature?
I don't know the answer to that, but I will say she mentioned that he sometimes liked the oil to be warm, and they would pour wax on each other from the candles sometimes.
You know what?
Allegedly.
The first day you were in court, you said, everybody in the
all you've heard in this whole testimony is Pornhub. That's it.
Court and the judges and the attorneys, not the judge, the attorneys that were outside watching and the press believe day one went to Diddy. So day two, what did they say in day two? Went to prosecution or Diddy as well?
People believe that it went to Diddy, but I would argue different. I would argue that day two went to the prosecution because even if you didn't feel like they gave you all the evidence they needed, which she gave a lot. She said that they hired these escorts. She said that they engaged in, these sexual things with these escorts.
She said Diddy got semen recipes.
She said a lot yesterday that sets them up for the landing. They just haven't landed the plane yet. And I think that if anything, you walked away believing that this woman could have been taken advantage of.
Only day two, y'all.
But they also said people were leaving during, then people were snapping and sleeping. Was that true as well?
People felt like the prosecution was taking too long to get to the gut punch. That's how people felt because they spent so much time on their history, on why she didn't do this. They kept asking her a lot of the same questions about the drugs they were taking. But what I think that the prosecution was building is they were building character around this witness. So you have this pregnant woman that you're looking at, and she barely cried, right? I'm wrapping up right now.
And is she taking a stand today?
She's taking a stand again today.
You realize it's 8 weeks.
I'm just
it's
asking.
only day two.
I'm just asking because she's there. And what would
we already had semen on the nipples.
We're gonna bring this back.
Semen on the nipples. What was the family's reaction? What was her husband's reaction? What was the courtroom's reaction when they said he liked semen on the nipples?
Let's talk about it when we
we're gonna bring it back in the next hour because there's a lot more. Well, wrapping up the freak offs and then we're gonna go into we watched the video with Cassie in court yesterday, so that was another.
What video did you watch?
The video of the beating in the hotel.
Oh.
Those videos may not get played, but we'll talk about that.
All right. When we come back, we got front page.
So mucho. That's a lot. All right, let me see what the other one is. Crazy talk. Suck. See, that was the latest one right there. This was the one before that, I believe. But I'm still waiting for the fucking other shoe to drop, though. I'm waiting for the bombshell. I got nothing.
Hey everybody, it's Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi. I have a question for you. If you had to make a choice between having massive impact on people's lives or having...
So I was telling y'all earlier in the show that after being in court yesterday for the opening statements and the first couple witness testimonies, I think that Diddy could potentially get off. His legal team is really like that. Now, here's why. Number one, they were so good about changing the narrative around this Cassie video. Number two, they painted... I think that Diddy could potentially be... So I was telling y'all earlier in the show that after being in court yesterday for the opening statements and the first couple witness testimonies, I think that Diddy could potentially get off. His legal team is really like that. Now, here's why. Number one, they were so good about changing the narrative around this Cassie video. Number two, they painted a good picture of Diddy being the aggressor, but an aggressor in an already aggressive situation. When it came to like the victim that is saying that he put his hands on her. So let's talk about the CNN video, the Cassie beating video. So they called a witness to the stand. This guy was one of the heads of security. So he was like second in command in security at the Intercontinental Hotel back in March of 2016.
So there was only two witnesses yesterday. The one you talked about earlier, which was the male escort, is the second. Okay.
Yeah, so actually the LAPD officer security guard was actually the first witness, but we talked about him out of order. But yes, only two. So this guy was working at the...
So remember, we're going backwards, y'all. She's talking about the day before all of the nasty shit we just heard. This the day before that.
Intercontinental Hotel. He's a security guy who actually responded when Cassie got on the phone in the lobby outside of the elevators and called for help.
The hallway, yeah.
The hallway, right? So he said he got on the stand and the prosecutors are talking to him first. So this is the other side. So they're like asking him to run down what happened. So he said he got a report of a woman in distress on the 6th floor. He said he came up, and before he came up, he hadn't seen any of the footage, so he didn't know that it was like physically violent before that. But he said he came up and he was talking to Cassie and Diddy because they're going back and forth, and he's like, yo, y'all got to take this into y'all room. Y'all can't be out here doing all this. So he said as he was trying to get them back in the room, Cassie kept saying, I want to leave, I want to leave, I want to leave. And allegedly, Diddy was like, no, she's not going anywhere. So he said he had to step in. This is what he's telling prosecutors. He had to step in and be like, well, if she wants to leave, we're going to allow her to get her things and leave, and I'll walk y'all to the room to do it. So he says he walks them to the room, and when he gets to the room, he's able to see inside, and there's a man in dark clothing sitting on the bed, which is important, right? And I'm going to tell y'all why. Because Cassie is alleging that the video that we saw was her trying to get away from one of those freak off situations that she did not want to be a part of. And because she didn't want to be a part of, everything we saw in that video was what happened. Now Diddy's team is saying...
so that's why the video matters to the court.
Diddy's team is saying, no, because freak offs weren't a thing. You guys were consensually engaging in sexual acts, but that's not even what happened here.
That's what I agree with. Freak offs weren't a thing. They was doing what they do. Why waste all this time with the buildup? There's no buildup. That they think they dropped the bombshell. They think all of this stuff has been the bombshell, and I ain't heard shit. Just give concrete evidence. Diddy's legal team is waiting like pit bulls. They about that life.
Diddy's team pointed out the fact that when he comes back out, like after he like throws the vase and he walks away, he has a lit up phone in his hand. He grabs the phone out of her hand. They were arguing over allegedly something that she saw in the phone, that this is just a very tumultuous, like jealous relationship, right? So this guy,
she said herself she's very jealous and that she did those things so somebody else wouldn't. If she said that she did it, it's because she didn't want him to do it with someone else, and she did it willingly. That's everything I've seen here says that so far.
he's important. This witness is important because he's going to help you determine which side of that you believe. So he's running down what he saw. He says he saw this guy in the room when he's talking to the prosecutors. He's also saying that, like, you know, after Cassie left, there was like this 7-foot man that, like, basically like a big man that came and picked Cassie up, and obviously she knew the man, but it was kind of uncomfortable going back to the whole, you know, Diddy's team was helping him orchestrate all this stuff. Yep. He says he went back upstairs to talk to Puff and explain to him the rules of the hotel and that he had to pay for some things, and Diddy had this like devilish stare on his face when he came out of the elevator at one point. And
yeah, miss me with all the devilish stare shit, man.
That Diddy allegedly offered him money. So the man is saying that Diddy offered him money because he didn't want any of this to come out, because for her and for him. Mm-hmm. But Then they cross-examine him. So now Brian Steele gets up there for Diddy.
Top dog law.
No, let me tell you. We reported about Brian Steele a lot in here, but I have never seen, he did it so effortlessly. I've never seen nothing like this. So he gets up there and he's like, okay, so you're now an LAPD officer, because they leaned a lot on that, because they want you to look at this man as like he has integrity.
And he's currently an LAPD
currently
officer.
LAPD officer after he left being security at that hotel, right? So he has all this morals and integrity because he's an officer. He understands taking oath and telling the truth. So Brian Steele was like, okay, well, you told us that when you do your incident reports, you got to report the W's, where, what, why, who, like all the details. So he goes into the incident report and he says to him, he says, the incident reports are important, right? Because when we're recounting these things, we're relying on your report. So everything in your report is valid because y'all depend on that. He's like, yeah. So he instantly starts getting him. He's like, okay, so you mentioned something about Cassie having a purple eye when you got off of the elevator. Why wasn't that in your incident report? The man said, well, I didn't think that was significant to put in. Brian Steele said, so you thought it was significant today, but it wasn't significant 9 years ago? So then he says, you said that you saw a man inside of their hotel room. Why wasn't that in your incident report? Did you ask the man his name? Did you talk to him? And he was like, no, because the man didn't really say anything. So then Brian Steele was like, well, you also mentioned that you offered to call the police, but Cassie told you not to. Why didn't you put that in your incident report? And he was like, because I didn't think it was important to...
Come on, man. And how did Puff get the video? Stop. This is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Mr. Officer, why wasn't the knot on her eyeball in the incident? I didn't think it was important. Why didn't the soccer kick in the hallway end up on the incident report? I didn't think that had nothing to do with this. The fuck?
Like, you know what I mean? She said, don't call the cops.
The obvious answer to all of that is because he was trying to cover up for Diddy.
So no. But like, listen.
Yes,
so
that's the obvious answer for all of that.
I'm about to keep going. Listen. So he's like, no, because I didn't think that was important. Blah blah. So he's like, so when you say that you saw this man inside of the hotel room, right? Can you talk to us about like how the hotel room was set up? Because the point he was trying to get to, but they backed up off of it, was Diddy would have been in a presidential suite or a larger hotel room where if you're standing in the doorway, you're not seeing someone sitting on a bed. You're not seeing a person, and you didn't even put that in your report.
In a Diddy priced room, there's another door before you get to the bed. Right? This sounds like a circle jerk. A full-on circle jerk is what it sounds like.
So he's like, that makes no sense whatsoever. And then the prosecution had already played the video in full. And then they played these videos he recorded on his phone. And they asked him, well, why would you record videos on your phone? And he's like, because if I had told my wife that this just happened, because I knew who Puff was, but I didn't know who Cassie was, she wouldn't have believed me. That blows, even if he was just trying to cover up for Diddy, that now makes him look like you were so fanned out at this point. We can't trust either side. We can't trust you in defense of Diddy.
He sent the video to his wife?
He sent the 2 videos to his wife, and in the video you hear him laughing like, look how shiny my shoes are. Like, he's not taking it serious at all. So then he's like, people were coming up to me afterward that worked for the hotel.
Wait, what?
Played these videos he recorded on him. And the prosecution had already played the video in full. And then they played these videos he recorded on his phone. And they asked him, well, why would you record videos on your phone? And he's like, because if I had told my wife that this just happened, because I knew who Puff was, but I didn't know who Cassie was, she wouldn't have believed me. That blows, even if he was just trying to cover up for Diddy, that now makes him look like you were so fanned out at this point.
He was a fanboy.
We can't trust
fanboying.
Either side. We can't trust you in defense of Diddy.
He sent the video to his wife?
He's fanboying like Teddy over here. Fanboying. Lack of substance and pointless ass live streams. So what you doing here, bitch? You know what I'm saying? Kick rocks, teddy bear, bitch.
He sent the 2 videos to his wife, and in the video you hear him laughing like, look how shiny my shoes are. Like, he's not taking it serious at all. So then he's like, people were coming up to me afterward that worked for the hotel asking me about this video, and I'm telling them, like, he's super excited, telling everybody about it, telling everybody what happened. But now today you only are saying that you remember certain things that go against Puff while you're on the stand, but you didn't say those things back then.
Because he was covering up for Puff back then, but maybe he got a conscience now is all I'm simply saying.
But did he get paid by Diddy? Did he take money?
He said he didn't take the money. He said that Diddy offered him a ton of money, and to that Brian Steele
was a stack.
Yeah, he said he came out with a huge stack of money and he didn't offer it. To that Brian Steele said, well, you were basically, because he kept saying, I kept telling Diddy how much he had to, not how much he had to pay, but the fact that you had to pay for all the stuff that you messed up. And if Diddy's already saying to you, I don't want this to get out anywhere, he's like, so of course when you came back up to him, he had the money ready or whatever, because you're saying he had all this cash. Like, he had it ready because he just wanted to take care of it and move on.
You know what's interesting? there's nothing they can do or say that is going to minimize what people saw in that video. And I know that they're trying to keep a different narrative, but if you've seen that video, you're not going to forget that video.
Yeah, no, you're not going to forget that video. He's a violent person, but what they're saying is the video didn't happen because of a bad freak off. They're saying the video happened because of a bad argument.
It don't matter why it's happened. I just don't think
they got to prove it.
I just don't think.
That's the mentality. It don't matter why it's happening. It has to matter why it's happening, because they're trying to say if it's happening after a freak off, that's trafficking. If it's happening about a phone, that's a lover's spat and it's domestic violence.
Be able to separate that video from their mind.
They can't. They're going to have to.
No. I think it'll still be there, but I think one thing that, because I thought it was weak in the beginning, but when I saw Brian Steele and the way he operated, I said, I understand it. Because think about Brian Steele and everything he just did. He basically made that witness so uncredible, right? Regardless of how you look at him. And then sitting next to that, you have the prosecutor, you have the defense attorney opening up and saying he is, if he was being charged with domestic violence today, he would be guilty. They owned up to all of it. So it's like, what you gonna do?
I understand what you're saying.
I'm thinking of buying a house.
A house? Are you sure?
I don't know anyone that owns a house.
But when Kathy takes that stand,
I think that might happen today.
And she was young back then, super young.
Mm-hmm.
When she takes that stand and she talks, and you look at her in contrast to the money, the power, the age of Diddy, and they're on her, and she's basically saying, I didn't want to do any of these things. It was out of my control.
Mm-hmm.
I was getting drugged up, alcohol, getting beat on, blah, blah, blah. All of that's going to go out the window.
But they're going to have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt.
Well, one of them, yes.
And if they're going to have to prove all that without a little bit of doubt that she enjoyed it or she liked it, it's going to be difficult.
That's my whole thing is everything you're saying, I agree with.
Videos too.
Yeah, they do have videos,
but
they
need
also
a video of him forcing her.
They have video. They said that they have audios, and they said they have a lot more. So again, this was just the first day. But I will say, y'all talking about that shadow of doubt. His team was just really good at opening up that, hey, y'all got to do a little bit more to prove this.
And, Envy said forcing her. Man, running after her in the hallway, grabbing her, trying to drag her ass back is definitely
because they brought that back up. They replayed that part of the video twice.
But what they're saying is they're proving that it was an argument based off a phone. So that was a domestic case that they're saying that he's guilty of.
Got an eyewitness named Cassie that's gonna say otherwise.
And now listen, I heard that. So I wouldn't be for sure. Cassie's getting on stand this week, but I heard that it will possibly be today because we were trying to figure out how pregnant she is. I'm hearing she's due like first week of June. So
damn.
Yeah. So
them visuals gonna be that's gonna be some crazy optics.
Yeah.
A pregnant woman on stand crying, talking about abuse that she used to endure, and you gonna look like a real asshole if you a defense pressing her.
But they're gonna have to. They're gonna have to. But also, you got all these other witnesses saying things are different. So it's going to be a bunch of witnesses, and it's how they close this out.
This is just day one, y'all. This is just me walking away day one. A lot of people I talked to yesterday walked away feeling like, oh, wait, hold on. What? He's a messed up person, but, like, did he do everything?
So if it's day one, who do you give the score to?
Diddy's team took
Diddy's
day one.
How was he looking real quick? Did
he looked a lot better.
He
had his haircut and stuff. He's still really gray. He was in all gray and white, but he looks better. His hair was cut.
And then just a question: the first witness that you was talking about, the guy who urinated, was he cute?
Oh my goodness!
No, it was given like he could have been Charlamagne's cousin.
All right.
She said, "No, he not cute. Could have been Charlamagne's cousin." I don't know, man. I ain't heard shit. Bunch of nastiness, bunch of freaky shit. That's what they like. It's on them. Leave regret out of the courtroom. Shout out Teddy Ruxpin. Why would you pick the name of a bear that gets a tape shoved up his ass to speak? Huh? And you got a little monkey for a fucking avatar.
Mono con los ojos tapados.
Teddy Ruxpin, I bet you're still here though. Puta. Bet you're still here. All right, y'all. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, I have yet to hear the crime other than domestic violence. I haven't heard it. Period. Shout out. We've been here 4.5 hours. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. I'm going to take a bathroom break, and then I'm going to continue this substanceless live that the guy that named himself after a bear that takes a cassette tape up the ass. You know, cassette tapes ain't round or cylindrical. They're square and rectangular. So, just tells you about Teddy. cuck, punk, pussy. Omar Reyes, shout out from Dallas, Texas. Salutes to you. Salutes Dallas, Texas. I need to get out there. I need to do a tour around Texas and give me some good food, good barbecue. Let's see. I had this X account here. But I ain't gonna read all this. We just heard them say all that. I waited, man. We went through that Diddy shit for a long time. I waited to hear something out of the ordinary, and I heard nothing. Not out of the ordinary, but something that we didn't know from that situation. I heard nothing. Let's do your boy Tory. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so, yo. I want to first cover the report on him getting poked. Hold on, I'm looking for a decent video. Here we go. We'll go right here with Spider Loke, an old friend of the show. He got an exclusive jail call from Tehachapi State Prison. Explains that the Mexicans stabbed Tory Lanez, poked him. Race war. A lot of exclamation points. I don't know if we know all that yet. But for those that don't know the news, let me see if there's a news broadcast that I can get. Yeah, we'll take that.
So we're going to a property in Bellwood, and we're trying to figure out whether it makes sense to wholesale it or just keep it, right? So down the street, we just sold a property.
The rapper serving time for shooting Megan Thee Stallion is in stable condition tonight after allegedly being stabbed by another inmate in the prison yard in California. Sources say Tory Lanez was rushed to the hospital. He's expected to be okay. He's serving that 10-year sentence for shooting Megan Thee Stallion as they left an LA party back in July 2020. Priya Shrithar is joining us now. I mean, people know Tory Lanez. What happened here?
Hey, Holly, that's right. Well, we don't have a lot of information about this just yet, but what we do know from the spokesperson for that California Correctional Institute is that this attack occurred at around 7:20 this morning. They didn't give further information about exactly how Tory Lanez was stabbed or what the potential motivation could be or where he was stabbed, but they did say that staff immediately rendered medical aid. He was transported to a local hospital, and he is suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. However, several other media outlets, including the Los Angeles Times, are reporting that this was another inmate who used a shank to stab him several times. Now, just to jog your memory about what he was exactly doing in jail in the first place, as you mentioned, he is serving a 10-year sentence. He was convicted back in December of 2022 on 3 different felony charges: assault with a semi-automatic firearm, having a loaded unregistered firearm in a vehicle, and discharging a firearm with gross negligence. Now, this all stems from an incident back in July of 2020 when Megan Thee Stallion actually testified at the trial that he...
Sorry. I still don't believe her. 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 And she lied talking to Gail. She said, oh, well, why would I tell Gail the truth? Well, This is what happens. This is the game right now, right? Shout out Primo. He said he was poked like twice on the head, 14 overall. They was trying to end that boy. Miss me with the non-life threatening nothing. That was life threatening. Right? There was some shit going on right there.
After they were departing a party at Kylie Jenner's house, they were walking towards an SUV that they should have been riding back together in when he apparently shot at her feet and told her to dance in the driveway. Now, since then, the rapper has attempted to appeal for another trial. He hasn't been successful in those attempts, but actually earlier this year, Hallie, Megan Thee Stallion said that he was using surrogates to harass her from jail, and a judge actually issued a protective order for her until the year 2030. Hallie?
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News.
All right, hold on. Let everything go down right here. Let me get the chat back. Pop that out. Catch this link. Here. What is it? Oh, right there. All right. We back. Something happened. The control center went down. All right. Let's see. Yeah. So they was trying to end him, dog. Yeah. You're gonna hear both in every subject that we ever cover from now on. Why? Because everybody wants to be a contrarian and this and that and the other. Right? Let's get it. Then there was a phone call that kind of talks about...
Hey, guys, I just found an...
What went down?
PR, spot alert. You know, I'm in the black box. Had to come through, tap in, show love.
Hey, yeah, I'm ready.
All that.
Hello? Hey, yeah, I'm ready.
All right, hold on. I'm commercial.
Yo, son. Hello.
My bad, Daddy. I was getting my car at the car wash.
All right, don't trip. Hey, you know the boy Tory Lanez just got hit up there.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, by some Mexicans. I got some people up there calling me. I'm finna record their call. I'm gonna call you back.
All right.
All right. Hello? 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 Shit, the fuck? Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, I hear you now.
What it do, cuz?
Yo, I hear you, bro.
What's Gucci?
What's cracking?
What it do, Five?
Shit, nothing much to look, right? This morning, brother, the Mex came out and bust on the boy Tory. You know, they airlifted him and all that, so, you know, that's gonna respond. When we come off this shit, we're gonna respond the right way to that.
He said, you know, after this, we're going to respond the right way to that. Evidently, they locked down.
They laid the yard down?
No, it happened in the building.
What was it over? It was over some, what he had did he have a debt, a gambling debt or something?
Nah, nothing like that. Shit, we don't even really know. We don't even know the whole situation, you know?
So it was just like some foul play, so it's finna be up.
Yeah, it's there. For sure with some foul play.
Damn, cuz. Wasn't nobody right there with him when it happened? Wasn't nobody right there with him when it went down?
Yeah, I guess nobody wasn't. He was by himself out there. He got a whole tier full of necks. He on a whole tier full of necks.
Wow.
Because you already know, once we get off this shit, we press some play on, we press play.
I'm already knowing. God damn. You don't know if he gonna be all right or not.
So for those that couldn't follow that, basically, It was foul play. It wasn't like he owed anybody this or that. It's foul play. Some kind of out of order situation. But it ain't just Tory's problem at this point, right? They ready for when them doors pop to get shit popping, basically.
Not either.
Nah, we don't know yet. He gonna be all right there. He gonna pull through though.
That's right. That's crazy because I've been out here. I've been the whole time he's been going through what he's been going through. I've been feeling like that nigga got railroaded. I hate to see him in that position. I'm glad.
Man, for sure, he got railroaded.
Yeah, he got railroaded. I'm glad that
that's an innocent man in prison, bro.
I believe it, 100%. How he been programming in there? He been programming cool.
Man, all he do is program, come outside, work out, play ball, do him.
That's right. I heard it's been cracking up there too. It was a riot the other day, not too long ago.
Yeah, it was like I want to say like 3 weeks ago it was a riot.
Yeah, I got.
Like 2-3 weeks.
You been straight though?
Yeah, it be cracking up here. Yeah, I been straight. You know me, keeping my head up high. I got 4 months left.
As you should. As you should.
I be out there.
You gotta tap in, come through the black box when you get out here,
All right,
man.
we got what we was gonna get from that. It was a statement from Tory's Instagram. Let's go USA Today. Tory Lanez's father gives health update after prison poking, recovering remarkably. Tory Lanez's father is giving fans a health update just days after the rapper was hospitalized after an alleged attack at a California prison. Advocates for releasing the 32-year-old rapper, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, gathered May 14th to argue that they have new evidence. Now, this is why I wanted to cover this. I feel he was railroaded. And now his legal team, they let this out as of these couple of days after he got poked, that there's new evidence that may exonerate him, will exonerate him, according to them. And this is more believable to me. Advocates for releasing the 32-year-old rapper, whose legal name is Daystar Peterson, gathered May 14th to argue they have new evidence they allege will exonerate him. Lane's supporters from Unite the People, the rapper's nonprofit legal team, gathered in downtown Los Angeles to present their arguments. Lanez is serving a 10-year prison sentence at the California Correctional Institution of Tehachapi after he was convicted of shooting Megan Thee Stallion in 2020. Lane's father, Sunstar Peterson, updated members of the press on his son's health. He said that on May 13th, medical professionals had already removed the tubes that were draining the fluids from his lungs, adding that they took them out because they said he is recovering remarkably. All that is left is healing from the wounds, Lane's father said. Tory Lanez attacked in prison. Earlier this week, Lanez was allegedly attacked by fellow inmate Santino Casio on May 12th at approximately 7:20 a.m. A spokesperson for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation confirmed to USA Today. Staff immediately responded, activated 911, and began medical aid. According to the statement, Peterson was subsequently transported to an outside medical facility for further treatment. It is currently unclear what motivated the attack. The Office of the Inspector General was notified of the incident, and an investigation has been initiated by CCI's Investigative Services Unit in the Kern County District Attorney's Office. Lane's father also had a message for Megan Thee Stallion during May 14th press conference. "We have prayed for her on many occasions, he said to those in attendance. The rapper's father also thanked the correctional officers his son has around him in prison. "These guys have been nothing but kind to him. The system is one thing, but guess what? These people still have hearts," Peterson told members from different news outlets. In December 2022, Lane's father made headlines for his lively reaction after his son's guilty verdict was read in the courtroom. After the jury left the courtroom, he leapt up and began shouting, "This wicked system stands judged before God Almighty." He shouted as deputies closed in on him. He then pointed to the two prosecutors in the case and yelled, "You two are evil, wicked people. You know exactly what you did." Tory Lanez's father says Governor Gavin Newsom should pardon the rapper. During the hearing, Lane's father also said his famous son asked him to dispel a few rumors, including slamming the fact that some fans believe he has a drinking problem. The devout Christian also asked California Governor Gavin Newsom to consider pardoning his son. "Governor Newsom, you have the power to bring my son home," he said, before adding that the potential Democrat presidential contender is a family man. "You also have children. Please take a moment and look at your child and ask yourself, what would you be doing if the evidence was so overwhelming? Would you think that this man should be free because he's innocent?" The rapper's dad said, "I hope you do, and I hope you do what you need to do." Hours after reports of Lane's hospitalization came out, his official Instagram account released a statement on the attack. Tory was stabbed 14 times, including 7 wounds to his back, 4 to his torso, 2 to the back of his head, and 1 to the left side of his face. Both of his lungs collapsed, and he was placed on breathing apparatus, the statement said. That boy was headed right up there, boy. He was close. Back of his head, they try to disconnect his spine from his dome. Both lungs, like no. They try to end him. He is now breathing on his own. Despite being in pain, he is talking normally in good spirits and deeply thankful to God that he is pulling through. He also wants to thank everyone for their continued support. All right, now let's go to the video. The press conference about the new evidence. I always believed the beef was between Meg and her girlfriend, and that shit went left. Hammers came out, and the man took the blame. All right. Shout out Velez. I heard he was disrespecting some guy's wife during visitation. Wack 100 said that's not dude's character. You know? And we're always going to hear something until we know something. Shout out Sally Correa. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. Shout out Deb Heiser. I'm back. Glad you're still live for a bit. Salutes. All right. Let's get back to it. Where is the... I want that pressure right here. Where is it?
Not long ago, Unite the People was approached by a gentleman named Bradley James. Mr. James informed...
I'll put some captions on this.
Not long ago, Unite the People was approached by a gentleman named Bradley James. Mr. James informed us he was working as the bodyguard and driver for Ms. Kelsey Harris during Mr. Peterson's trial. As such, he was in close proximity and he had privy to conversations she was having with her husband and others. Mr. James informed us he was not under a non-disclosure agreement or confidential.
Hold on, what?
Informed us he was working as the bodyguard and driver for Ms. Kelsey Harris during Mr. Peterson's trial.
So Kelsey's bodyguard and driver has reached out to them.
As such, he was in close proximity and he had privy to conversations she was having with her husband and others. Mr. Peterson, I'm sorry, Mr. James informed us he was not under a non-disclosure agreement or a confidentiality agreement and was free to speak with Unite the People, and that he was doing it because his conscience would not let him not speak and leave a man in prison for something he did not do. Mr. James informed Unite the People that he was witness to the conversation Ms. Harris had, where she stated she had the gun, she fired it 3 times. Mr. Peterson grabbed her arm and knocked it down, and the gun fired 2 more times. In essence, Mr. Peterson never shot anybody, never even touched that gun, never fired the gun. This statement aligns the statement of the only non-party witness to the case, Mr. Sean Kelly, who at trial testified he saw 2 women fighting, 2 men break up the fight, 1 man grabbed the other one's arm. Gunshots came from the passenger side. Passenger side is where Miss Harris was sitting. This further iterates that Mr. Peterson did not shoot Miss Pete, did not shoot at Miss Pete, or did not assault Miss Pete. Not long ago, Unite the People was approached.
That's the story I felt like it was from the beginning. Sorry, I don't know what y'all didn't hear. What was the last thing y'all heard? I've been muted. Muted, can't hear you. I was saying that Zaya and Pebs are covering the Diddy stuff too, so I'm gonna drop the link so that people can move over there. I said they dropped another day of Diddy stuff. We've been here 5 hours. Your boy's eyes are donezo. Salutes to a respectable game of spinning the wheel. We're all out of shots. We might have to re-up. And, yeah. I'm going to give y'all the link so that y'all could go over to Zaya and Peb's stream and check out their reaction, their opinion on what's going on with the Diddy shit. We'll be back. Maybe Thursday. Maybe there's a... Paso toma, now I'm good again already. I'm gravy. Y'all hold that L. Enjoy. Salutes. Alright. Run through the chat. Shout out Velez 298. Shannon, Panda Vinci, everybody that was in here earlier, Vicente. Everybody that came through. Shout out Raven, Shannon, Zoraida, appreciate you. Primo, Eddie Jimenez. Yeah, the chat was juking because I couldn't go too far up in that chat. Omar 6, salutes. To all the Mama Bichos that came through, the ones that are in the bathroom.
You don't want no problems.
Fuck y'all. I gotta check out that video of that TikToker. Shout out Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Salutes for Les. Omar Reyes, Texas. Appreciate you. All Shout out Sally Correa, Deb Heiser, Luis Garcia, salutes. What did I miss? This driving one critter to get home and have another one waiting back to go to another class. That running them critters around is a busy life. Safe travels. How much for special bottle shots? Oh shit, that's a conversation for another day. Right there. It's a conversation for another day. Not fucking 5 hours in. Salutes Eddie Jimenez. Salutes Zorada. Salutes all of y'all for helping me get to 10K. We made it. We are now in the 4th percentile of YouTube channels. Only 4% of YouTube channels make it to 10K. We trying to get past that 100K to that million with our, what do you call it? Our lack of substance. Some mamabicho named Teddy Ruxpin, a bear who takes a cassette tape up the ass. Like, I don't get it. You came here to talk shit to me? What the fuck? Salutes. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. And I'm going to start putting together this 10K celebration for Friday night. Alright? I'm going to holler at Bordo, see if you want to take the link. I'm going to holler at Isaiah. Holler at Tops. Drop the link in the Discord for the usuals. And, man, we'll go from there, man. We'll spin the wheel, kick it, hang out. 10K celebration. Then 100K a bus, all right? We're making moves around here, and it is what it is, all right? Salutes to all the
Mono con los ojos tapados.
monos con los ojos tapados. And salutes to y'all. There's no question, comments, or concerns. Salutes. I saw who else I seen in here earlier. 323G, Vernon Himes, Vicente. We got Panda Vinci. Shout out Jordan Alvarez. Whole bunch of people was in here earlier. Hit that like button. Go check out that former Kingpin Reacts. Share those. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Shout out Shannon. Thanks for the live shot. Everyone have a good night. Stay safe. Salutes to you, Shannon. I appreciate you. I'm going to get right back to work. 10K is just 10K. Where we at? We are... Let me see. We are 6 closer to 100K than we were earlier, all right? So salutes. We're going to go from there, all right? With that said, y'all have a great night. Safe travels to everybody out there on the road. I will see y'all Friday. Friday we will hang out. And who knows? If there's something to talk about tomorrow, we'll see what happens. I'm looking to take a day and reset. Get ready for next week. So we'll see how that goes. With that said, I will holla. Peace.